Hello, hello. I have fun new toys today. I was playing around with the Rails main branch, so I found a bunch of fancy new stuff. Also, I had to go through and clean up my desktop because I was running out of space. Which I realized, for anyone that doesn't know, I realized this is going to be such a small set of people. There was like 20 different versions of Photoshop installed on my system. So I guess Adobe wasn't actually uninstalling the old version of its software. It was just perpetually installing the new one. And like each time I was losing 4 gigs of space. As I was sitting here, I went to spin up a container and the container wasn't working earlier. And I was like, well, that's weird. Normally this is just fine. I was like, yeah, you're out of space. I'm like, how am I out of space? Got like 3 terabytes worth of storage. What's happening? It was a combination of Adobe and then Unreal Engine, of course, like tore through it. But yeah, so the plan for today, is going to be looking at the Rails 8 dev containers, what they come with out of the box, and then also what we can make them do after we get them out of the box, which is pretty cool because it allows you to basically run your entire dev environment. It also allows you, if you have like multiple people, to run like the same dev environment across your team, so everyone can be like synchronized with how they're doing stuff. So you can think like, you know, VS Code extensions, the you love me or come here. Parents aren't supposed to pick favorite children. That's not how this works. But yeah, like VS Code extensions, you can do like your different databases and all that stuff, your Ruby installation all inside of a container. And then you don't have to, and you're not getting paid. Stop trying to extort me for money. What's going on here today? Absolute chaos. But yeah, just like a bunch of, and now Twitch is calling me daddy. Okay. A bunch of different settings. So we'll take a look at all of them. So if I come out of here and I find, I guess I already have this one, right? So this is the one that I have up and running right now. And I'll just open this so we can take a look at it and hopefully it'll work out of the box, but chances are it probably won't. Kind of annoying. I still have to figure out how to get this set up properly because I haven't used this type of setup before. But basically this will pop open. It says reopen in a container because it sees the dev container folder. And then you just click that little button. Are you going to make a tutorial on dev containers? Almost definitely going to do at least one, but most likely more than one. Because this kind of solves all of the problems that I get asked about in like the videos all the time. I mean, it solves most of the problems. There's obviously going to be people that just can't do this, and I have to take that into consideration. But in a lot of cases, this is just like the bee's knees in terms of, oh, what extensions are you using, or how are you doing all the stuff in the videos? So what I might start doing is just using like a container for each video. And then in the video description, just linking to the dev container file, which will have like all the extensions and stuff in there. So that I can just like definitively say, this is how I'm doing it. And then if that like evolves over time, people will be able to just look at that file as a reference, is my plan. The one thing you will notice here, this is going to be really slow because I had to clear out like a bunch of my cache stuff. So it's going to be rebuilding everything, which we can like show the log for this and you can see it right here, or it's running through and just setting everything up. Because Rails 8 now has, it has the Docker out of the box. There's also a progressive web app folder, which I still need to look into. I didn't even like really realize that when I was looking at the key changes. So yeah, there's a dev container, there's a Docker compose, there's the Docker file. There's also, it has like continuous integration now. So all of your GitHub actions and stuff is pre-configured for you, at least like initially, right? So you don't have to go through and set up some of the stuff. Maybe you need a container for all your containers. Honestly, I was looking at it in, I don't know, do I still have it open? I guess I don't. But I was using like 80 gigs worth of storage just on the containers that I had up and running for the videos over time. Because I was blowing them out of the Docker desktop, but I wasn't like hunting down wherever they were being cached. And I guess that was just chewing through my storage space. So having a container to run all my containers in might actually be a good idea, just so that I can delete like one single source of truth instead of all this other stuff. But yeah, so this is going to go through. It's going to, if I remember correctly, it pulls a Ruby 3.2 version. It then builds that Docker file. It then runs through the dev container, which I can't show you because it doesn't load until this is done. In the dev container, there's a bunch of stuff, including all the extensions that this is going to use. And at the end, it installs 2 of the gems that are required for the extensions to use to function. This right here, the first run, like I said, yeah, I used WizTree. That was the program. So I can just WizTree, I think. I swear I just downloaded this and I just ran it. Helps if you run Docker prune or Docker system prune. Oh, maybe that's what I have to do then. Yeah. This one, tree size, I guess was the one I ran. Tree size. Oops. I ran one of them. I was used to using the, I can't remember what it's called, but it was like it hasn't been, hasn't been upgraded to Windows 11 yet. But yeah, I ran my scan and it was crazy. Another one that I didn't realize, the hibernation file for Windows was, it's like 80 gigs in size. So I don't know if I'm just going to disable hibernation or if there's a way to like get Windows to actually prune that, but I could not get Windows to touch that file. So that was also kind of annoying. It's been a day. It's been a day of trying to get all this stuff up and running. Absolutely frustrating. Apparently, Marco, you have demand in Twitch chat. I think they're trying to convert you. Yeah, so this should be getting close. There we go. So now it's going to go through and it's actually going to install the gem dependencies. But this is somewhat modified from what you'll see when you like use a regular Rails 8 app. We can take a look at what's in the GitHub repo right now, or in like the main branch. That's of course subject to change. But you can see here all this stuff is like starting to set up. You see all the errors pop up as things get installed. And then this allows you to effectively run your entire Rails app from inside of this container. Hey, come here. Hey, you have your VIP badge. It actually worked. I can VIP now. We'll stay a bit until I finish my tea. Sounds good. Hope your deploy week is going well. But yeah, so this dev container, the GitHub Actions folder, that's all stuff that's included now. So when you create like a new app, you'll see these things. So for the dev container, we have the actual container file here, where I added this extensions bit. Why is he VIP? You said you don't choose between the two of us. I gave him VIP because he helped me learn Tailwind. Okay, maybe there's some types of, okay, you know what? Hold on. I know how to solve this in a way that absolves me of guilt. I can't VIP everyone. I can VIP. There we go. There you go. Okay. Anyways, so out of the box, you don't have this, or maybe you have like 2 extensions here. I don't quite recall. Then you have the Docker file, which is very basic. Again, it's just Ruby 3.2. It pulls that down, and then it runs a couple of commands. You should be VIP'd. I don't know if I can VIP, if there's like an equivalent in YouTube. I have no idea. I barely know what I'm doing on a good day. Yeah. Happy to make you happy. But it also installs libvips, ffmpeg, and then Poplar, which is also some things that you've probably run into before if you're trying to like do, I don't know, action text uploads or something. It's something that you kind of just install once and then throw away, like it used to be like Image Magic, I think. But it like this is where you would now install that. So I no longer have to say, make sure you have this stuff installed in a video. I can just say like, go to the Docker file and make sure you have the things installed that it says are installed. And then I don't have to worry that I'm doing some video where someone doesn't have one of the dependencies and nothing works. In theory. In practice, I'm still going to mess that up. But this is the Docker file. Then we also have the compose file, which was pretty cool, because this gives you a pretty good example of how to do an actual compose file here. So you have like the Rails app, you have Selenium, and you have Redis, and then you have your volume for Redis. And all of that's set up in here as well. I'm not going to chat for now and focus on what you have to say. Let us know when you want our input. Okay. But yeah, so like all of this stuff is set up for your development. This isn't for running your, like you're deploying your Rails app, right? For that, you still have your regular Docker file. So this is like your, I'm going to go put this on a server somewhere and then, get DDoSed or whatever Docker file. This is your, I'm going to work on this app and I don't want to figure out how Jeff set up his environment. So I'm just going to copy the company environment, which Jeff is hopefully using. And then everything's in sync is what I assume their plan is with this down the line. But like, how do you run stuff here? If I hit like, what is it? Control Shift tilde. That'll open up our terminal here. I can close these. And if we try to run like a Rails, I don't know, Rails G scaffold test something, that's not going to work. It's going to tell us we don't have that, which is a little bit confusing. I guess if you're used to just running regular old Rails commands, but you can just bin/Rails, and then you can do whatever you want to. So in this case, I'll say bin/Rails, G controller pages home, like this. I don't think I have a home page yet, but I can run this. This will run just fine. It'll generate it. And we can come into our routes, just like we normally would. We can change this to be the root of our application. Pages home, like that. And then again, you can just bin/Rails S to start your server. So we'll start it up, open in browser. Oops, and then I don't full screen it in the wrong place. And now we can see we have this up and running. Is this containers terminal? Yes. So for example, hopefully I can show this. If I do ruby-v, ruby 3.2 point whatever, ruby-v. So this is 3.2.2. This is 3.2.3. So this one right here is going to be specifically in the container. So that's something else to be aware of. Now, if you want to like blow this whole container away, remember in your your compose file, your whole like setup is going to be linked with a volume. So you don't have to worry about like you don't have to worry about getting rid of your container, getting rid of all of your code, right? Like that's not quite what's going to happen here. And you can see here, like if I close out of this, for example, and then I just check, I can go into, I don't know, like cat config /routes.rb, and you'll see that our root is the pages home. We have our resources for post because I generated a post scaffold, and then we have our pages home that we just created. So all of that persists, right? It's just when you open up VS Code, it'll then ask you if you want to like open this up in the container. I'm sure there's a way to like default to the dev containers when you do this. And if it ever doesn't, you can also just hit, so in this case, I'll wait for this to finish. I'll say, I don't want to do this. If I come in here and I hit like F1 and then just type dev container, it should be open. Let me find it. So you can just open the attached container configuration, open workspace and container, whatever you want to do. All of that should just work. And that's coming from the extension somewhere for the dev containers and for like the Docker stuff. What else? So yeah, this is one part. Now, what else we can do? I can show this. If I do a github.new, you can take a look at this. I'll just say dev containers demo. What's wrong with the Rails test command? It's a test command. That's what's wrong. Oh boy, that's funny. That's terrible, but that's funny. If we do a git add dot git commit -m and knit commit, and we do this, push this up, refresh. See here you have your .github workflows, and then your continuous integration right here, which we could have also just looked in the actual project itself. But you can see here, this is pending. And what's it doing? Well, it's scanning the Ruby, scanning the JS, running lint, running test, etc. And this is all running out of the box. Now, this is in like the main branch, so I have no idea if this is actually going to work. But you have all of this stuff set up for you now. You don't have to go through and like go to actions and then create a new action and then go find like a default Ruby one and then make it actually work because it doesn't work out of the box, and then add all of your usual stuff. And that's where they're planning on adding like Brakeman and all the other stuff that they're planning on running. But you can see here, like this should in theory work out of the box. Whether or not it does is always kind of a toss-up, but it looks like it's working. So a lot of cool stuff here that hopefully ends up making life a lot easier. Again, it's stuff that we've kind of been like yelling at the wall for a while now to, you know, get this up and running. But it's always one thing to sit there and say, oh man, it sure would be nice if we just had a continuous integration thing running or something. And it's another to actually set up a default that works in like the default Rails app. So, but yeah, this is cool. Bro forgot about import maps. Yeah, if I do like a code dot, we can open this up real quick. And I'm going to do a video on this as well. We'll hopefully get something that I just have to play with it a bit more and figure out like how the rest of this works. But you can see right here, these are like all the extensions I have. So like I have Marco's Stimulus LSP. I have the Shopify LSP somewhere. wherever it is. I think it's this one, Shopify Ruby Extensions Pack. Then we also have the like the ERB Beautify. But of course, the Beautify and the Solar Graph require a gem to be installed, right? Saving this for later. But so what we have then, if we have to like install anything custom, we can either create like a script that runs afterwards, which I thought about doing, but I was like, you know, I don't want to have files outside of here if I'm trying to get people to like see how this is beneficial. Like I could just go throw these in the gem file itself. So when you set this up out of the box, what you're actually going to get is something that looks like this. It's just going to be a single string that says bin/setup. You can change it to an array if you read the comments, which I mean, some people sometimes do. And then you can just have it run these in a certain order. So it'll just execute one after the other. So we do the bin setup and then we do the gem installs. And if we go into like bin, we go to setup, you can see what bin setup is doing. So this is where it's doing all of your gem install stuff, right? It prepares your database, does a bunch of other stuff. Once that's all up and running, then we can install these two gems, which causes our formatter and other stuff to work as well. So if we now come into like an app, views, I don't know. So here's our PWA, for example. I'll come into posts, I'll come into index, right? And I'll just tab this over. I'll just make a mess of stuff. And then when we save, everything gets formatted. And that's not because I've configured it that way, like in this specific VS Code. It's because the dev container is set up to have all of these settings out of the box. So that's super nice because no longer do you have to hunt down what the 20 extensions the weird YouTube man are using. You can just come in here and figure that out. And then if you do decide you want to install this on like your local machine, right here you have all of your extensions. And the way that you get these is you just come over here. Like I don't know, I'll pick one of these. We'll do like the Discord presence one. If you want to add like an extension to something like this, you find your extension in like the marketplace or whatever for VS Code. You come over here to the identifier. You just copy this, and then you just put this in here. So you do a comma, and then you just put it inside of a string. And now this extension should, in theory, be loaded. And then if you have any like external dependencies, you can add them down here in the post create. So that's kind of how I set this up, because out of the box, it didn't have all of this stuff. So let's take a look at like what an actual new Rails app looks like when you do Rails 8. So I'll say Rails new V8, and then we do -- main to pull the main branch. Again, because it's the main branch, this is subject to change. One day I'll remember to do this. Let me set my default Ruby, and then we can do this. How do you move the specific settings like tabs versus spaces? Those are a lot of extensions. The VS Code performance. I don't know what the performance is like on a budget. That's again something where I'm gonna have to go through and figure out what this is actually like, because you're like running Docker and all this other stuff. I'm sure it's going to be taxing. So that is one consideration. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. How do I unpin this message? In terms of adding specific settings or like customizations, I think you do that over here in the settings. But this is going to, again, depend on whatever the styling for this is. So like, where is it? If I come over here and I look for dev container default emit rule or something, we can see if we can set something like this up. I'd like to, I'll figure out how to do this in a minute. We'll do something like we change it to, I don't know, do the tab expansion or something. Does that work here? Okay, so that works out of the box. So maybe we try to disable it and see if that works. But in theory, you should just put it somewhere in here for the settings itself. And I'm sure when I copied this, it probably had something. But I'm going to go ahead and close this. We're going to do a new one. We're going to say Rails new V8 main -c tailwind, something like that, right? Well, we'll run this and we'll see what comes out of this. Yeah, it's been a day of just playing with this, so I don't have a lot of answers yet. I'm still kind of just going through and seeing how stuff works. But so far, I'm very happy with the changes that are in here. Especially since, like, again, this is very quick to set up and everything. So we do like a code dot in here. This will run. It should then see the dev container in here at some point. There we go. So now this will start. Asks us if we want to reopen. We just hit yes. There is an easier way to get the extension ID. Just click on the cog and then the option add to pro dev container JSON. That's good to know. So I was doing it the hard way. So that's good because it seems like they're like all sides are making this more approachable then. Okay, so again, the actual Rails environment, very quick to set up here. Finish my tea, I'm going back to work. All right, good luck. Hopefully things go well. And then this is gonna go through and do the gem installs. I will try my best to have a good stream. But yeah, so like it skips a lot of the initial setup this time. It's just gonna go through here, do all of this, and then it'll hopefully restart everything. So this time you saw how much faster that was, and this is with a different project. Again, because there's different types of setup. Now, if we come into the dev container here, you'll see that the reason why nothing has changed is because we don't actually have a customizations block like we did in the other one. So we don't have any custom extensions here. If we come over to the extensions list and we look at what's actually installed, we have ESLint, Copilot, and then the Ruby LSP. And that's pretty much it out of the box. So if you want to add more, then you'd have to come in and do the customizations. We can also come into the Docker file. You can see this is the exact same as the other one. Then we have the compose file, which is also going to be similar. So all of that's pretty neat. And then again, if you want to actually run anything here, you can do a bin/Rails g scaffold post title body text like that. And then we can do a bin/Rails s. And you can also see when I run these commands somewhere. Let me do one more. Let me run this one and change this to article title body text. When we run these commands, you should see it down here where it does the check, make sure there's no offenses, etc. So that's going to run every time you do a command, which is also nice because you're not kind of like, you know, just hoping for the best. And we can do Rails S. So let's go ahead and let's open this. We can come over to this in the browser. Run our migrations, go over to /posts, and now we have a new article or new post page. So test in case. It's not the prettiest looking thing, but what are you going to do? And there you go. So that's all working out of the box. And we didn't have to install any of this stuff on our system. So if we're done with this at some point, we can just blow it away and go, I don't know, find something else to do without having to dig through our system to figure out where we installed the like 20 different versions of Ruby we're running with. Because like this is convenient in some regards, being able to just throw between different Ruby versions, but that's how this Linux distro over here grew to like 200 gigs and is now just dragging my PC into the ground. But yeah, I still have to figure out the performance impacts of doing this because again, I'm running this on a bit of a stronger PC than most people probably. And then I also have to figure out like how this plays with other types of tools as well. Because I'm kind of just assuming that this will work with anything you try and do. But I'm sure there's going to be some edge cases where I go and like, I don't know, do debugging or something and everything just goes boom. But yeah, if I come over here, we can grab, what was it? We'll grab the Tailwind fold extension again over here. And then we can add this to the dev container, I guess. And then it asked me if I want to rebuild. So I'm going to hit yes, and then we'll go take a look at the dev container and see what that did for us. Dev containers seem like a smart use of containers. Yeah, that was my thought too when I first learned about these. And this is like the first time I've tried to use something like this with Rails in particular. And it seems like they've managed to do a pretty good job here to get this up and running. But if we come in here, we can now see hopefully our customization that's been added. So all you really have to do is go in and right click, and add all of your extensions, and it looks like it'll just do it for you. So that's also nice. We just have to hope that you know, this continues to get like iterated on or something. So yeah, that's how I started my day today. I was looking at like the Rails 8 stuff. And then I spent the rest of the day thinking, how can I make that server host work? Which was, in all honesty, occupied a lot more of my mental bandwidth. As I said, it is currently the simplest way to get Rails up and running. It will probably only get simpler as the years go by. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, is that this is, you know, we get to a point where everyone can run Docker relatively easily. And then we have something that can just run in Docker, and then you spin it up, you spin it down. It also makes it a lot easier to like switch contexts, right? Like let's say I have, I don't know, 5 different companies I work for some reason, or 5 different teams or 5 different products. I don't have to go through and like manually manage all this stuff. And I've definitely seen it. I'm not going to expose anyone, but I've seen environments where people work out of, I don't know, 5 different VirtualBox VMs, right? So every time you switch context, you're not switching to a different Docker container in VS Code. You're loading up an entire extra virtual machine. This is definitely a preferred approach to spinning up multiple virtual machines to do your development. I unfortunately can't explain more than that. I will just say that I have seen some things, and this is definitely, I agree, a much easier way to go. You don't want to see some of the things that I've seen. But yeah, so what my thought is I'm gonna like sit there and I'm gonna cook and see if I can get a relatively agreeable dev container file, and then we'll try to spin that up for future like Rails tutorials or just programming tutorials in general. So there's probably going to be like a tutorial on making a dev container file, and then there's going to be tutorials on using dev containers and all of that other stuff, so I can cover all the bases. Because I'm sure there's going to be people that are way smarter than I am when it comes to this stuff that will have different opinions about like what extensions to use. But overall, it seems pretty easy to use. And as you guys are like throwing these things at me, like right-clicking the extensions, I'm realizing that it's even easier to use than I thought it was, which is also good. So we'll see. But for now, I'm very excited because this is going to be very nice, assuming it works on like poor performing PCs and everything else in a similar manner to how it has in the past. Because it's not great if you get the solution, but like, you know, if you're on a lower end computer, this is just so laggy that it just, you know, it makes development impossible compared to installing natively. In that case, it's not great. But I'm sure that it's not, I don't think it's going to be that bad, but it'll probably be some overhead. Docker usually doesn't perform great on regular laptops. Yeah, so that's kind of my concern is how bad is it? So I'm going to try, I might try spinning up a VM, or I'm going to try to, what I usually do when I need to test something on like a questionable device, I go, hey dad, can I borrow your laptop for a bit? So that's what I'll probably do, because that's a really good benchmark for like how usable it actually is. It's even struggling to run regular apps on my machine. Yeah, so I'm assuming that's probably going to be a part of it. That's the downside, right? Like it makes it more accessible in one regard, but in the other, it might make it less accessible. And then it's always a matter of does scaling over time cause that to, I don't know, like remedy itself, or does one of the problems just scale faster than the hardware scales? So we'll see. And then for the other one, again, we were talking about this last night. This is my new favorite pet project. Which is a way to deploy. In this case, I'm just doing it with Minecraft, but we'll try it with other apps. A way to upload files and then have them like automatically set up and configure the server. So you're basically using your Rails app as like a interface for configuring your server, which here I'm using for like a Minecraft Forge server. So I'm going to see with this. There's probably some lessons I can learn from the actual compose file included with Rails 8. I'm probably going to tear that apart too and see if there's something interesting there. And then I'm also probably going to, well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But I had a bunch of ideas for how to make this work a little bit better. I actually didn't get to sleep until like 1 last night. I was sitting in bed literally just thinking about the different ways we could run these things. So we'll see. So for anyone that wasn't here yesterday, basically what we have, when you create like a Minecraft server in this case, you get like different jar files, which Java gross, I get that. But then you have to make sure that if it's a like client and server file, or if it's just a server file or whatever, that it's installed in the right location, right? So like if you have different blocks in this case, you need to make sure that those blocks are on the server so the server knows they exist. And that's kind of a pain for like a regular user, or like pretty much anyone that plays the game doesn't know how to set this stuff up on like a server. So what they usually do is they go through something like, and I'm just going to pick on this company, one of these like hosting platforms, right? Where like six 6 gigs of RAM. The price has actually come down again. I was being charged not this amount of money from wherever in the ether I was checking this out. This is actually down $2 more since like yesterday when we looked at this for this specific website. Now the one I was going through is like $34 for this exact server configuration after 5 months. And it started at about $16 or $17 5 months ago. So that should tell you like how much this can fluctuate after they're like, oh, we got them. But in a lot of cases, you look at these prices and you come over to something like Contabo, for example. I'm just using them because it seems like they're pretty affordable. 6 gigs of RAM right here is like $550, right? The downside is this is just a empty Linux box. And for a lot of people, that is a very high barrier for entry if you're like trying to set up your own server. So what they usually do is they go over to like YouTube and they go how to host own server Minecraft. And what you end up finding on this as like a search result is it's a bunch of people that are either saying run it off your computer or go use one of the hosting companies or something. So there's like a bunch of stuff in here about like port forwarding and just like terminology that you really shouldn't see if it's talking about like hosting this on a server. So what my thought was is if you were to deploy like your Minecraft server along something like a Rails with something like a Rails app, you could then come in here and just configure your own server like it's one of these hosting platforms, but you're throwing it on like a bare metal machine as opposed to setting this up yourself. And yeah, it like harkens back to the Hamachi days, right? I think that was, if you go and watch, a little bit off topic, but if you go and watch like the original Yogscast Shadow of Israfel Minecraft videos, I'm pretty sure there's a point where they literally mentioned their Hamachi server like 3 or 4 times, where they had like people connecting to it or something. It's just such a funny throwback whenever someone like points that out. But yeah, so my hope here is that the way that we have this set up, you come over to like /mods, for example, /mods. You get like a new zip file with your new files in it. So in this case, I come over to CurseForge. I'm using Minecraft in this example, but this would reasonably work for like Valheim or Pal World or whatever flavor of the month game is, right? Like it's going to be similar in the sense that you just upload stuff. You'd probably have to have like a custom script for whatever you're trying to run because it's probably going to have different files it depends on. But the idea should be similar because you're usually modifying the mod list itself and not necessarily the save files, I think. But we get like this. We come over to our testing, I guess. We get these 2 files. We click on the 3 dots. We open the folder, which takes us to the directory location. We come into the mods folder in this case. We click these 2. We right click, compress to zip, right? And we get a zip file with just our jar files inside of it, which at this point, I would say pretty much everyone can figure out how to do this step. Grab your mods folder and put in a zip file, right? That gives you this. You then take this and you upload it. So we say like new mod pack, who dis. Add some description, doesn't really matter. Grab your mod zip file, copy it over here, click update. This will then upload this to the server with active storage. It might take a second here. I don't know. We'll see. Well, I guess it's like, it shouldn't take that long. I don't know. We'll see if this works or if it's just Brave being weird. But you upload this, that gives you a zip file, and then there's a script you would run on the server itself, which right now we have to do manually, but in the future we're going to do automatically, and then we should be good. And yeah, with the Hamachi servers, that was like the way to do it back in the day. These days it's a little bit more sophisticated, but unfortunately that also causes it to be a little bit more expensive when you try and do these things. And then we also have to clean this up because this looks ugly and I want to make it a little bit better. But right now, for some reason, it looks like this upload is not working. So we make sure we'll do ASDF, choose the file, and then see if we can actually get it uploaded as opposed to having it spin forever. Over here, there we go. Okay, so now we got mods/3. That gives us a new zip file. And now we can come over to a specific endpoint we created, which was, what was it? It was dnout/API/v1/ and we have to come into the controller. Oh wait, we got it right here. Download latest mod. So you either have download latest mod, we also have an endpoint to check the version, which is what we'll have to figure out later. But you visit here. This grabs the latest zip file from this location, grabs this one right here, and then downloads it. So we have all of this set up over here. We have the content disposition. So we maintain the file name. And then in this case, we'll come in here. And we come into the Minecraft server or whatever server you have running. In this case, it's still running out of this, but we're going to have to move it around. And then in here, we have like the update.sh, right? /update.sh. And if we look in the update.sh, you can see this is the same script that's over here. I just copied it over. So it pulls the latest version. We get rid of our mods file, recreate it, unzip our folder into here, remove the zip file, and then we start the server again. So when we run this, we expect the entire server to start. So I'm going to go ahead and do a ./update.sh. And then as soon as it comes to this screen right here, no pun intended, this is running screen with the like Minecraft server. So you'll start to see stuff appear in the console. And this is where it's like starting up the server. And if we see something like create in here or the like fast boot mod, we know that we have that version of the mods installed. It's entirely driven by just uploading the zip file and then running the script, which means in theory, we would then just have to run the script. Why don't you use the disk provider for active storage? That is probably a good idea, as opposed to how I'm doing it. Why is it giving me 500? Not really sure. Again, most of this was just thrown together like last night, so I wouldn't put too much stock into how it's engineered right now. It's more so just like a proof of concept than anything else. But we can get that working, and then we click play, and then we start up the Minecraft client, and then we can connect to the server with the server being run. But again, the server is like physically on there. It's not running in a container. We haven't set any of that stuff up yet. So that's something where we're going to have to go through and make sure that we have the containers up and running as well. But ideally, this isn't just for uploading zips. This will also be for like managing the server in other ways. That'll hopefully make it a lot easier to do this stuff and a lot more accessible to like run it on like a bare metal machine. Not just for myself, but for other people. Because I personally can't stand setting up Minecraft servers on like a bare metal machine because there's always something that I forget to do or forget how to do, and the tutorials usually don't age well. But they're in like a weird situation too, like the Forge client. I guess the latest like a minor version increase was, almost like Hatchbox for Minecraft servers. The latest minor version of Forge like completely blew away the networking code, which you really wouldn't expect something like that to break in like a minor version increase. So I can't imagine it's very easy to get a lot of the stuff like working out of the box. Server network message list is not compatible. I don't know what that means. Oh wait, did I start the wrong client? Oh, this should be fine, right? Create. Server is missing the following mods. Remove these mods from your client. Okay, so let's look in the zip file and make sure. No, that has both. Okay, so let's see how the latest is working. Let me come over to app controllers, pages, not pages, mods. Or did we do it in the page? Where did we do that? Oh, API, sorry, dashboard controller. It gets the last mod and then redirects to the blob path for that. So let me come over to mod/API, or sorry, API/v1/download latest mod. Is that not what it is? API v1 download latest mod. I mean, that should work, right? Let me come into the script. API v1 download latest. This should be working. Oh, wait. I need to come over to localhost, right? So let me stop this. CD out of here. All right, Control D, sorry. Do a bin/dev. We'll start this locally and we'll just make sure this works. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do /whatever. Okay. So that works. That's now giving me a prompt to download it. I'm going to go ahead and download this into the downloads folder, and then I'm going to go check it out in a separate tab. Yeah, so what I uploaded there was 37 kilobytes. So I'm assuming I probably have the wrong logic somewhere, among other things. So let me come in here. Let me get rid of this. Let me delete this. I'm going to grab a third mod just something that we can use. I don't know, Waystone, sure. We'll use this one. So that gives us 4 now, I guess. And then we can come in here and we can open this. We're going to grab all of these, compress to zip. Then we're going to rename it to mods. That gives us this. And then we want to upload this to here. So let me do mod list, new mod, 4 mods for the price of 1. I don't know. Something like that. And we can upload this. Update. Okay, so that's now on here. And then if we come over to that endpoint again, Control-T /API/v1/download latest mod. Should give us something that is 31192. So let me go ahead and do that. Get rid of this. Actually going to come in here and I think I'm going to, because I'm already running into size issues. Let me save it here and then I'll have to do something. Save. Come over here. Okay, so this is 12.9. So this is the right size now. So then let's come over to our mods on the server and just make sure this is working. Mod list. Something blew up. Okay, solid. So that's probably another thing that's causing this to go boom. Oh, you know what? I wonder. 5? 3. Okay. This one. Back to all mods. So something on this list is broken. So I'm assuming if we come into our index for this, we'll probably see what's wrong. So if we render each mod, come into the individual thing, this is probably broken for one of them because the URL doesn't exist for one reason or another, is my guess. So let's come back to this list. We start the server. And we can make this blow up locally, then we know that we've figured out what the problem is. So I'm going to do this, test case, click update. There we go. So that's what the problem is. So we come in here and then we just have to do a check to make sure this is set up right. I'm surprised nobody has messed with your deploy site yet. I actually had that thought this morning. I was like, I wonder if I'm going to like show up and someone's just downloaded a bunch of nonsense to it. Okay, we'll do this and then we'll just say if mod.zip.attached question mark, right? Because if we do mod.zip.attached question mark here, this should be false. So this will only happen if it's true, and then we can refresh, and now we don't have that problem. So we can stop the server, and I'm going to do Alt-Shift+. Open up another panel. I'm going to PWD, so I don't have to think. Copy this, paste it. Now I can do a Kamal deploy. And that should push that up to this website, and that should fix that problem. I'm going to go ahead and close all of these because we don't need these right now. Okay, so that's part 1, right? Make it work again. Then we got to come in here and we have to actually make this not look terrible because this is not a good look right now. So let me do a bin/dev while that's running and we can play with the local version over here. So let me come into the mod list, which is our index page, and let me like throw this into some Tailwind at least, which I totally know how to do. Okay, let's grab this. Okay, that gives us that. Then we have our individual mods, which I want to do in like a Tailwind card or something. Tailwind CSS. We'll just come into here. Look for some kind of card or something. Let's see. We could also do like a thumbnail image or something. Because like for your actual mod list, the profile you're using has a thumbnail. So we could do something similar. Tailwind UI. That would be the one. Okay, so we'll come over here. Make sure we're in here, components. Documentation. Okay, maybe not. Let me full screen this. Application UI. Give me cards. Card headings. I mean, if it has a card heading, that means it has a card itself, right? Oh, if you bought it. Oh. Cringe. Okay. What was the other one? Tailwind. Tailwind UI components, and then Tailwind card. Just give me something. I mean, I could do it. Let's just come into here. And we'll grab this one. Again, I don't really care. I just need something, and asking me to do any sort of styling is probably not the best idea. Flowbyte is nice. Yeah, that's one that I've used in the past. Was Flowbyte, because a lot of their stuff was just, it was a lot easier for me to set up as opposed to asking me to like reinvent it. Because whenever I get fancy with CSS, everyone's eyes start leaking. At least now you can say I taught you Tailwind like Khmer. Oh, jeez. Okay, so I'm going to grab these. I need to render the individual parts in here, but I want to at least grab this. So we'll throw the whole thing in here. We can probably just do in here. Right? Like that. And then we can get rid of this. We have the image, which we don't really need right now. But I guess we can keep that, right? Let's do this. Cut this, save it. That should be fine. And then we'll come into the mod partial. Paste this like that. We'll do it in here. So we got the name, which we'll put at the top. Like that. Then we have the description, which we'll put right here. Like that. And then we have, I guess, like links down here, which we'd probably want to put this in one of these or something. Let me see. History. Not the one I wanted to open. History. Okay. Tailwind V1 cards. Something like this, we could just put it in there, I guess, is the best way to do it. So we don't need 3 of these tags. We'll get rid of 2 of them. Put this in here. Like that, and then we can get rid of these. And then we can close this, I guess. Like that. Let's come over here, refresh. Gives us something. Image is broken, that's fine. That at least gives us something that looks better. But we still need to do this a different way. So we have these right here. I don't know what I was thinking here. There we go. So now we have the cards themselves. And then we come over here. I don't need this show this mod bit. Like that. And then we want to offset this, I guess. So we want like a padding or something or margin. Oh, don't look up how to center a div. Don't do it. You're better than that. Okay. What do we want to do? Maybe like a grid. I don't know. Is this, I guess, is this like a timeline or is this a choose your own adventure type of thing? Never used Tailwind before this. No, I'm not a big, again, like I don't do a lot of this type of web development. So it's pretty much just whatever I use in the videos and then like different types of experience, which is mostly back end stuff. So when it comes to the front end stuff, that's where I'm like out of my depth. Ask me to like, I don't know, balance a binary tree. Absolutely happy to be here. Ask me to center a div. You're gonna have a bad time. Is this having the same problem as last time? Looks like it. Okay, hold on. We gotta. Okay, we're gonna get rid of all these because we got the same build issue that we had. So let's delete these. Can you balance the DOM tree? Delete this. And here I come. And I come here expecting you will teach me stuff. Yeah, again. Do as I say, not as I do, I guess is the lesson to take away from this. And then we'll delete this. I'm out of steak burritos. That's tragic. Okay, so we need to Kamal deploy, I think. And then hopefully, because we blew all of those away, it'll have to rebuild this, and then maybe this time it won't be upset. And we'll figure out about how we want to arrange this, I guess. Oh, where is it? Columns, maybe? I guess we could do that. Let's do this. Let's grab these. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like it. We could do the columns. We could just throw like an empty column on one side. Is another way to do it. Yeah, something like this. Because then you'd have your one set up like that, maybe. Start 2, span 4. To make an element start or end at the nth grid line. These can be combined with whatever. Grid dash calls dash 3. Then we could do a gap dash 4 like that. And then we could add that in here, right? So we'd come into our mod itself. And then instead of these, or I guess we could do that here too, right? So we would want a dot call dash start dash 2, which would push all of these over. If we set this to 1, that would look like that. And then we would just copy this down here, which would do the same thing. Hello, I'm a professor, Mike Oxlon, currently working on my hobby project, Ice Wallow Cum. Well, that's fantastic. You got me. I'm glad you got that one out of your system. We can tally that up with the Rickroll from the other day. Okay, so let's see. If we come in here, we want to move. Probably we could do a second one of these. I can't believe you fell for that. Yeah, so the trick is if you just fall for it, it causes people to think, hey, content. And then they'll continue to think that they're farming you, but you're actually farming them. Link to mod. We want this to go to the mod. Like this. And we don't need this to be if attached. Like that. But we want to change the link text to be view mod pack or something. Well, like it's the Northern Line approach, right? Farm the farmers. I like farming, but I don't like that's a shame. Okay, so we got this. Takes us here. We now want to probably center this in here as well. So we can just grab this. Come into the show.html. Put this right here. Move this up here. Get rid of this. Oops, and then we also have to get rid of this, and we have to get rid of this. There we go. And then we can give this like a MT top or whatever. Like that. 10, maybe? That seems fine. And then we would move these in here, I guess, maybe. Something like that. Every line on Kamal being red all the time isn't the best UX, or is it just for me? Oh no, I hate this. This is tragic. When I look at this, I'm either sitting there thinking everything is broken, or red doesn't mean broken anymore, and then I ignore the red text. It'd be really nice if this was like any other color so that I could have some kind of like visual indicator that something's gone wrong before like it just stops running. So yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Okay. But yeah, it seems like it's working. Okay, so we have this. We can view the mod pack, which takes us here. But of course, if we're on this page, we don't want to view the mod pack. So that's something else to consider. Maybe we just do a show and then a whatever link. So maybe we get rid of this. Like that. Refresh. I don't know. We'll have to see. We can also just include it like here. Wait, let me do this actually. There we go. That's better. Link to the mod itself. And then we can come here, refresh, go back to the mod list. That causes it to be grouped like that. So instead, we'd want to do like a, I don't know, just something like this. Move this down to here. I don't like that there's no Babel Webpack React transplantation bundle load dependency install step. Well, yeah, we've unfortunately done away with all of that. And now we just have completely different problems that waste a bunch of time. That's we got rid of those steps, and instead now we just sit here and wait 20 minutes for Kamal to finish. Maybe working, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it feels when it gets done. Though that said, you can always like, you know, move over to something that makes things worse. Okay, so we have this. If we go to API/v1/download latest mod, I think is what we called it. Was it dashboard controller? Download latest mod, that works. That takes us here, but we don't have anything to download, right? So that's where we'd want to come into the mod.rb. Could make this like this, and then we could grab the .destroy, right? Unknown keyword required. Come over to here, mod list. So both of those are gone. We also want to change the order of this, I'd imagine. But I think at some point you just have to say like this is, it is going to be prone for a user making an oopsie. Because like they can just zip stuff up that, you know, doesn't belong in the mods folder, right? Yeah, because I was thinking like, is there a way to validate it? But really there's not, which that was the same issue when we were like configuring systems. At some point, it's like the halting problem, right? Like you can design the best solution in the world, but if I can go one step outside of it and just break everything, then, you know, you're not fixing anything, which in this case would just be like, oh, you know, you get the perfect zip file, but then I just put the perfect zip file in another zip file and then I ruin it from there. But I'm assuming if you're setting this up for yourself, as long as it's not blowing up the server, it's probably okay. Because you're probably not going to like maliciously do dumb stuff to your own server, I would assume. Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe people get off on blowing up their own servers. Okay, so we have that. We do need to fix this still, so I'm going to come into the form because this needs to have rich text area like that. And then I want to do new. This is broken now. Probably because of this. So let's do this, save it, refresh. We action text installed, right? Interesting. So what's breaking the tricks editor? Classic. It just works TM. Set a red theme for VS Code and the browser errors go away. That's the big brain play right there. Let's see. Is it not this? Maybe? Hold on. Tricks, action text area. I thought it was rich text area. Am I making this up? Okay, let's see. What does the Rails Edge Guide, all-knowing, think that we should do here? Rich text area content. Rich text area description. Okay. This is for the mod, right? And then has rich text description. So what's causing this to not work out of the box? Is this an always happening thing, or is this a just this project happening thing? Rails new demo -c tailwind, I think. Something like that. What are we doing right now again? Forgetting to set the Ruby version. Trying to get, I don't know, just trying to clean up the app a little bit while Kamal proceeds with wasting a bunch of time. I'm trying to deploy this up to the server and then do some bug fixes over here, but I'm also trying to figure out what's causing the action text to look like this out of the box, because I don't think I've changed anything like styling related. So I'm just going to create a new app and see if it works out of the box or if it looks like this. Because if it looks like this, then I know it's a problem with whatever doing the Tailwind stuff is happening. I don't think we used ESBuild here, did we? Maybe. We did. Okay, so let me actually get rid of this rm-rf demo. We're going to Rails new -j ESBuild. We did run a bin/dev. So I wonder what broke this. Hey, the man kid. Happy to see you again. Once again, repping the Chile flag in chat. All right, CD into whatever we just created. Bin/dev, or no, let's do Rails G action _text : install. Rails G scaffold post title. Code dot. Just doing a quick sanity check to see if this is broken out of the box. Let's see. App. Models post has rich text content. Coming to the post.rb or post controller. Although this stuff doesn't really matter. Understand a little bit of English. It's improving. Well, that's good. Good way to learn, I guess. My sister learned English through watching Star Trek when she moved to the US. So, for what it's worth, something similar has been done before. Content. Copy this over here. We'll do a bin/dev, and then we'll see if this also goes boom. /posts. Yes, Ruby on Twitch. Yeah, it's everyone's favorite thing breaker. New post. Content. Oh, we need to change this to rich text area. Rich text area. Nope. Okay, so this is just of questionable quality out of the box. Okay. Action text Is it just with is it just with ES build, or does this happen whenever you throw Tailwind in here? Just wait out these ads. Yeah, the Twitch ads are obnoxious. You need to get a louder keyboard, more acne in order for it to work. Jesus Christ. All right, let's see. I don't fully understand what's causing this to... ES build. Oh. I recognize the name. Please save me. Okay, action text install. Notice that the action text installer appended the following line. Okay, let's see if that actually got appended. So it definitely did. It's here. It was worth a shot. Just trying to move it. Hey Edwin, good to see you. Just messing around with tricks right now. I don't understand what's causing this to break. I wonder if what if we do this? Okay, so there's definitely something happening here. Try deleting Windows and installing Arch Linux. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Is there any CSS/JS loaded at all? Well, the Tailwind on the other server is working. It's just the trick stuff in particular is upset. Or I guess the action text, I should say. I don't know what's breaking it though. So let me try this. I'm gonna rm-rf the demo. We're gonna Rails a new demo. We're gonna get rid of the ES build, and we'll see if it's a. One day I'll remember to do this. We'll see if it's a specific issue with the ES build flag, or what's causing this. Okay, so let me get rid of this, close this, and then if I keep these open, I can just redo these changes, and then it saves me having to type everything again. I'll take this. When you add the application.tailwind.css, I think you have to restart the server. Okay, maybe that's it. CD demo. Rails G action text install. Rails G scaffold post title. Right. We can come in here, undo, save, undo, save, undo, save, like that. Run the server, refresh the page, run the migrations. So yeah, it's whenever the ES build is added, something's going boom. That's so weird. Okay, so then we can close out of here because we know what the problem is now. It's a nice trick you learned, yeah. Remaking projects all day, you learn a couple shortcuts. I don't know if it's good to know these shortcuts necessarily, but I can come over here actually. Okay, so now we can come in here. You have to add it to yarn. Wait, do I still have this open? I think I do. Okay. What do we have? We have this package.json. I application. I mean, when using with ES build, yeah, I'm assuming so. Okay, so you were saying something like this, and then we do a bin/dev. Also, this finished deploying. So let me come over here real quick and see. Okay, so we at least have something up on the server. Which should also fix our issue with other stuff. Let's come over here, mod list, new mod. Okay. Server, run it again, see if that's the problem. It's not. Who knows CSS? Rent free. Let's see. Yarn build, Package.json. I wonder if... Do we have to add that additional file in here? Have you installed tricks with yarn? Oh, you think that's what I have to do? Like a yarn add... What's it? Is it just tricks? Yarn package. Yarn add tricks. Okay. Like that. bin/dev. Oh, we already have it. So that doesn't seem... It should be bundled with the gem. That's what I'm assuming. So I wonder if this something here is maybe not included. Okay, what if we try this? What if we try something truly out of pocket? Yeah, so that's not the problem. Let me see. Tricks with ESBuild, because we know it's an ESBuild issue. Action text with ESBuild Rails 7. Let's see. Check package or yarn lock or whatever for more context. I had to add a bundle installed to the reproduction script. CSS Bootstrap, Tailwind, or Bulma. Doesn't occur with the CSS option. Rails issue and not a tricks issue. Okay. Someone please. This is such a weird problem. Yarn update. I mean, I don't see how this would be a yarn issue, but we can try it. Well, this is 1.2. What's the latest yarn? Latest yarn. Try restarting the simulation. Let's see. Yarn latest version. Classic stable is 122.19. So yeah, this is close enough. All right, time to ask everyone's favorite junior dev. Let's go see what ChatGPT has to say about it. Why does action text? I don't think you can use the import like this in the Tailwind CSS file. So what if I get rid of this then, and then I bin/dev. Let's do this. We'll clean it up and see if at any point something changes. This is basically what it looks like out of the box. We'll stop the server. We've gotten rid of the try at Rails/action text in JS. Yeah, so I'm assuming there's got to be something else here that's broken. So that, hold on. Let's do this. Yeah, so okay, just something messed up there. Let's check the JavaScript. That makes sense. Let me come over here, make sure this is still good. Let me undo this, back to here. So we don't change too much between steps. I'm gonna come into JavaScript. So you have Rails/action text, which is right here in our application.js. Maybe check if Tailwind is detecting all the classes. That's a good point, actually. Okay, so it knows it's a tricks editor. Is definitely something. Manifest. Okay, hold on. Fix action text. Action text form. Let's see. I feel like I've had this before and I fixed it. I'm pretty sure I fixed it at some point. I did this step. That's also not the correct step, but that's fine. We got tricks. We got action text over there. That makes sense. App JavaScript application.js. Okay. Copy the style sheet from imported into your application style sheet. Okay, but that's also not entirely accurate. Sure, ES build configurations. Okay. Is that actually a command? Hold on. Is that a thing I can do? That's what I thought. More hallucinations. All right. So that's not going to be helpful then. Manifest is in config. Like directory style sheets. bin/dev. How many screens do you have? Only 2, but I get a lot of mileage out of the second one. Okay. So yeah, let me stop this. I don't know. I don't think this is... It doesn't seem like a CSS issue. Let me see. If I come in here, action text. Background color. Black. Refresh. Click on this. Huh. Wait, didn't we do this literally? Okay, yeah, we did. We definitely did. Denote slash what was it? Linktree Tailwind demo. You could just put the style sheet include tag in your application. Yeah, I could do that. I just want to see in here we used same thing, right? Oh wait, no we didn't. We changed this, didn't we? Or is this, we did this on the themes branch maybe? Okay, so we did do this. We imported it like this. So we grabbed /, whatever. But again, this should work out of the box. So sources. Also not very helpful. Okay, let's see. Build action text. Change Tailwind imports to this. Okay, copy. Oops. Let me do this. Base components. I mean, we can try. I don't think this will be it. Well, that caused this to turn black, which is what we have over here. If I do this, does it get rid? That gets rid of the black. Really? Okay. So this, yeah. Like this, right? And that caused it to be black. We'll do this. Okay, I have restarted. So, it's weird that this caused it to work. So let's get rid of this then, I guess. Although that is a good way to check if it's at least pulling from this file. So maybe we just leave this in here for right now. Okay. Breaks rich text area. Okay, let's see. Is there a solution in here? This worked for me using Tailwind. So yeah, I guess the accepted solution is to just make it work. Which is kind of annoying. And then add this to config manifest. Like that. Oh, this is like a current issue. I thought this was going to be like, I thought this issue I was looking at, look at this. Just for a point of reference, this was 3 weeks ago. The discussion's still happening. So yeah, I guess this is like a known thing. It's weird that this has been closed, even though this is clearly still happening. Oh, and there's different problems with, does not display the icons. Okay. Which we have, thankfully. Okay. Okay, so who posted this? Simon did. Oh, this is a little bit older then. This is a wild problem. You would think something like this would work out of the box. Yeah, so the solution here was to add the link for the action text in the manifest, and then also in the application.html.erb to the style sheet link tag. And then both of those steps caused it to work. So now if I come in here to this and I get rid of this, we should have a working action text. I don't know why or how or whatever this happened. It's very strange, but very weird. Okay, so let me make sure that the rest of this works now, because having like a rich text area where I can't do anything else really doesn't make a lot of sense. Picture. Okay. Add a caption. And then we'll come up here, I guess. Okay, bold that. Just give us something, and then we'll upload. This tells the asset pipeline what it needs to include in the process. Oh, the manifest file, yeah. And we need the zip file, right? So let's grab that. Should be over here. Update. Okay. That worked. We have the mods.zip. We have the image. We have the bolded text. So this is now just working TM right out of the box. Just like it always does when you go to use action text. Okay, so we have this. Let's try to come over here and go to /API/v1/download latest mod. It's throwing an issue. Let me come over to the mods list. Figure out what's going on over here. Okay. I don't know if anyone else gets emails from Twitter, but it always makes me chuckle when I get the email and it says email from Twitter, or formerly Twitter X. Like, I wonder how long that's going to keep being a thing where they feel the need to explain the app formerly known as Twitter. Okay, so I can come in here now and we need like a, yeah, we don't have the link to each one, right? So let's come over to index page. You can leave it like this and then say view mod pack. We have render mod, view mod pack. We could just say view this, tab it over. Let's make sure this is working. Come over here to our mods list. And before they change it back and then it says from Twitter formerly X. It just turns into like a Lisp declaration where they just say, Something like that. Where it just feels like someone's typing out Lisp code at you. Oh, it'd be terrible. And yet, that tells me that it's entirely within reason. Let's do this. No, I don't. I just want the div to wrap around everything. Like that. Save. Like that. We have to expand this. Oh, the containers right here. That's why. So let's do this. Refresh. Puts it over here. I really don't like the way this looks. So I'm going to get rid of this again. Like that. And then we'll refresh. Okay. Come back over to the mod partial, wherever that is, over here. Like that. Okay. Need this to toggle somehow. We have this, and then show page, we could probably do it. I'm gonna come over to the show page. We have a header on there somewhere, I'm assuming. Refresh. We don't have a header, so let's do that real quick. So let's come back to the index page. Grab this. Come in here. Put it like here, I guess. This. Then we can do this. Link to mods, and then this can go back to the mods path. Then we got to close this, right? Not the cleanest, but it at least gives us something that's a little bit better. View mod pack, and then if we're on the directory or on the page here, we probably want to maybe change this. Do something like toggle if on the show page or something. If I don't know, what is it? I don't want to do that in the partial though. I don't know. I'm going to leave it like this for now. We're going to Kamal deploy this again, and then we're going to... Oh, that'd be a good idea, though. Let's come into the index, and we could do something in here. We could say... maybe at the top here. Or like some kind of panel, maybe is the best way to do it. So we already have like the dashboards controller. Oh, but the dashboard's API only. Whatever. Some kind of admin action, which we'll do in the future. But let's see. Yeah, okay, so we come in there, we can then view these, delete these. Let's get rid of this one too, right? I think. Still have Twitter blocked in Pakistan. I mean, I feel like you're probably not missing much. Occasionally I open up the app and I see things that really shouldn't be on any modern website. And then I have to spend about 10 minutes reporting all of the questionable images on the front page. And then once I get through that, then I can kind of just have the same noise I would have on Reddit, I guess. Which I always find interesting how each social media platform has like its own clique of people sit there and talk about how the other social media platforms are all terrible, but like somehow that doesn't apply to them. I see that a lot on both of those platforms right now, where it's like Reddit talks about how bad social media is completely unironically, which is always so funny because they will be the first to say, you know, social media is a plague on the people, not realizing that they're on a platform of user curated content that's shown to them algorithmically where they can create their own content, but whatever. And then you go over to like Twitter and they're like, oh man, we're so much better than all these other platforms. It's, I can't imagine being on one of those other social media platforms. Like, dude, it's the same thing over here. It's like, I'm on both platforms. Like, I'm sure I'm not the only one. There's multiple people. It's the same thing. And when offline, life is so much easy, so much simpler now. Yeah, I believe it. I don't know. The whole basing your identity off of which social media platform you like to use the most. It'd be like if I was sitting here going like, oh man, YouTube's so perfect and no other platform has a problem, or Twitch is so like no one's going to believe that. Everyone knows the platforms have problems. It's just not cool to defend these platforms like it is the other ones. Like no one's going to run around and go, you know, it's really good that they continue to ban people based on what they add to their playlist on YouTube. Especially since it's like they ban their Gmail accounts. Like that'd be weird to sit there and go, no, this is a good thing. My favorite stack, the heap. Yeah, I saw that in your meme. Recycling the memes. I see you. Where was it? Over here. Resize Discord. Yeah. You have to blow my cover. Okay. To me, Reddit felt like the diehard platform. Yeah, I get into a lot of disagreements with the lovely people on Reddit sometimes. It's in different subreddits, but you know what? Social media platform is weird. LinkedIn. It's like a fever dream. Every time I open that app, I get people that like. I got tagged in it the first time the other day. I didn't even realize you could tag people. And like my notifications for it just blew up, and I was like, "Why is this a thing?" Most people just want to use this to help them find a job. They don't want to be on here so that you can get tagged all day long. Is YouTube chat working? It should hopefully be. Hopefully, the on-screen chat is going to be a little bit delayed. But yeah, like LinkedIn, I really don't understand. The only thing I can assume is that we're all using it because we've been told to use it. That's about it. Okay, I'm going to get rid of all these. And then what we're actually going to do, because it makes sense to keep this, right? Let's do a empty mod. Oops. Okay, this is still broken. Fantastic. Empty one like this, which should then cause this to break. API/v1/download latest mod. So that causes it to break, but then we can come into our dashboard controller. We don't want to just get the latest mod. We now want to get the latest mod with an attachment, maybe. Something like that. Zip attachment? Is that how we would do it? I don't know. Probably not, but we'll see. Over here, API/v1/download. Oh wait, let me do a test one over here. Test case update. Do people even use Facebook these days? There's actually some people that do, not just like family members, but I have some friends that still use it to keep like in contact with their family. This is so accurate. Make a cringe LinkedIn post that you were thankful to Dean that he mentioned you on Twitch. Gratitude post alert rocket emoji. Wow, what an honor. Huge shout out to Dean for giving me a mention on Twitch. Controller emoji, ta-da emoji. I'm absolutely thrilled and great. This, like, I could literally go open up LinkedIn right now and we would see a post with this exact format, which either means that this AI has been trained like explicitly on that data set, or that the posts I see on LinkedIn are just AI generated. I don't know which one it is. I use Facebook just to have easier access to Messenger and to find airsoft events. Yeah, that's what some of my friends use it for, like the groups, and then also the groups, the marketplace, and Messenger, I guess. That's what I know that people use it for. Both. Yeah, there is a good chance that it's like the AI was trained on LinkedIn and the LinkedIn posts are also AI generated. Let me see. Come over to LinkedIn. Am I even signed in on this computer? Close that. Another one that I really like is the like super simple, do you know what a computer is? Hashtag software developer posts you occasionally see. But yeah, it's so weird because it feels like it's now just like, I don't know, not what I would expect when I open up LinkedIn. It's regular old social media farming, I guess. Like, more power to the people that do this. But it's such a weird, it turned from corporate to just another platform to post memes on. It's everyone too. Like there's memes, there's the weird inspirational stuff. There's DHH posting his blog posts the same way he does to Twitter and everywhere else. It's just a very strange experience. And then yeah, there's the LinkedIn generated emoji posts, which look like, I don't know, your friend who just found out about the hot new MLM in town promoting their stuff on Facebook, but now it's on LinkedIn. I'm surprised people move from Twitter to LinkedIn to post. Not surprised? Yeah. Well, again, it's like that Gary Vaynerchuk, Mr. Beast mentality that's been popular for a while now, which is like you make your content and then you repurpose it everywhere, which really like got prevalent around when Gary V like started gaining attention because that was his whole strategy. But then it just turned into, I'm not going to follow you on every platform because I don't want to see your post on every platform. So I follow people on one platform and then I don't go follow them on another because I don't need to see them post the exact same thing in another place. And I know, like, you know, for some people, they're into that, but it's the same thing that I feel like with like the Twitter or the YouTube community tab. Like I post on there very rarely because I'm like, I don't want to just repost what I'm posting on Twitter. And I feel bad because I'm sure the people on the community tab would prefer I post there, but I'm like, I'm not gonna cause some kind of fatigue here because you already hear enough from me. Last thing everyone needs is to have me on like multiple front pages all the time. Okay, anyways, I want to come over here to /API/v1. I have not used Strata yet. That is on the list. I want to learn a lot of the mobile stuff soon-ish because I feel like that's gaining in popularity again. Yeah, I actually learned that language in college. That was I think it was in my C++ class where we talked about that. Download latest mod. Okay, so we come over here. That takes us here, even though we have a brokered one here, right? So now we can Kamal deploy. Again, when Kamal works, it is so nice to just be able to push stuff up and forget about it. Such a good experience compared to everything else. But when it doesn't work, drives me up the walls. Okay, so that should now pull this one, I'm assuming. But I can also come in here. I could break this in another way. So maybe that's something else to consider is, well, okay, I shouldn't do that yet. So let me come into the README. I'm gonna do something like things to think about. Okay, and then what I want to do is consider if I upload a video file or something. Because right now that'll break it. And then there's also like, that is a zip file, but not a mod folder or something. So there's a couple things we could check there. Just a quick note to myself so that I can pay attention to that. What's that look like? Oh, it just does this. Okay, so there's nothing special in the markdown for that. I think it's just assuming this is like a commit message that I'm authoring for some reason. Okay, so we got this. And then if we SSH into here, we still have to figure out a way to actually run this. So that's something else to consider. Which I think there was a sucker machine. That's terrible. There was a post on Twitter. Aiming to run on Linux server that communicate back to the Rails app and do things like restart, change configs back as we got stuck. Okay, so that looks like Andrea got stuck at the exact same spot that I'm at right now. Which means, unfortunately, we're going to have to get creative. Yeah, there was a thing on Twitter earlier. Let me open this up in another tab so that I don't accidentally expose you guys to what my Twitter homepage looks like. Let me go find this over here. Okay, hold on. As a junior dev who's trying to get into the industry, would you recommend I implement a Rails 7 app with Hotwire/Turbo Capstone project or Rails API with Next.js React front end? If it's for your capstone project, I would probably go with whatever you're most comfortable with. Because the thing I learned, at least when I was doing, like in my undergraduate degree, was I would often do, or I'd often get like grouped into group projects with technologies I'd never used before. And it would have almost always just been easier if we had stuck with the familiar technology for the project and then spent our free time learning the new thing. So if one of those is like your preferred tech, where you're already familiar enough that you think you could pull off the project, you probably want to stick with that one. Unless you genuinely feel like there's a lot to gain by using one or the other. But usually you also want to consider like what your local market looks like if you're looking for job specific reasons. So let's say you look around you, you go on Indeed, like nearby, right, within a 50-mile radius of wherever you want to work, and then you see what they're hiring for. If it's like, if you're looking for Rails jobs, you can also look, does the job description mention React or does it mention Hotwire? A lot of times you'll see it probably mentions React more so than Hotwire for a couple of different reasons. One is the industry is like super slow to move, and two, like established companies are usually going to be using slightly older technology. Because of course, if you're like running a company, you're not going to sit there and go, gosh, we should really bank all of our stuff on this hot new tech. Like, from a business perspective, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. At least it doesn't to me. Which is unfortunate because it means you end up using a bunch of old tools. And then when you have a problem for like your work, you find yourself having to go like how to do X in Rails 4. And it causes you physical pain because like in your free time, you're playing around with Rails 8 or whatever, right? But for your work, you're using like a super old version of Rails. And then you're just sitting there like, oh, this would be so much easier if we were just on a newer version. Which might not be that big of a thing with like Rails, but it was definitely something I ran into. But yeah, so Andrea had something like this that deployed like a Minecraft server before. So this idea
there it is.
Definitely exists and worked. And this is actually a very good UI. Like jokes about the UX needing to be a bit better aside, this is kind of what I would hope to get out of this. But of course, we're dealing with like a Forge server, so there's other stuff that we have to deal with on top of that. Yeah, if anyone wants to go watch this, I'll link to the tweet. A lot of things don't make sense to you, Dean. Yeah, well, I feel like the world would probably be a better place if more people were willing to make the confession that things don't make sense to them. But that's just me on my soapbox. Excuse me. All right, so that deployed. Let's come over here. Let's try this again. Okay, so that fired off. That's good. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do the same thing. And again, we might not really use this in the same way in the future, but it's just a Forge server. And then we can do a update.sh. I will never admit when something doesn't make sense. Yeah, that sounds about right. You and a bunch of other people. Okay, so this will hopefully pull this and then run this. Assuming this works, API v1 download latest mod. That just went over to here, which did cause the zip file to trigger. Okay. And now I'm going to actually try and break this. I'm going to stop this before it starts, which is kind of what we talked about yesterday. I'll come over here and upload a new one. It's going to be the 4-pack go mods. It has 4 mods. I don't know. And then we'll upload this one. Like this. Update. Just nod my head and figure it out later. Of course. And let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so now if we come over here and we try to run this one, in theory, this should work to some extent. Like, we're still going to run into the issue of, like, one of you could just go upload a zip file that has random stuff in it, but that's really more just, I don't know, price of doing business right now. I guess maybe you could create some kind of validator. You can at least check if they're like jar files, but again, you could just upload something that's not a jar file but claims it is. So I don't think that's that big of an issue, but it's more just seeing like what the workflow looks like. Because I don't know, this is kind of how I do my prototyping. A lot of my prototyping is just throwing it together and seeing what like an MVP could look like, as opposed to actually creating the MVP. Because, like, I don't know, to me, a minimum viable product is probably different than most people. Like, most people think about that and they're like, oh, something that you could actually, like, something that's actually pretty to look at. But for me, a minimum viable product is like, I don't know, this seems fine. It at least has the logic there, right? But okay, so this is running all 4 mods. So we should have, like, the Waystone mod, because I think that was one of the newer ones we added. So let me come over here. We still have the create stuff in my inventory. So that means the create stuff is here, and then it's like E for this. Yeah, so we have the Waystones. So that deployed it, and that avoided the, it avoided both the empty mods folder as well as the outdated ones. So now we're on like the new one, so that's fine. Okay. I'm gonna make dinner. You making one of your burritos, or are you out of burritos? You said you're out of burritos. What are you making? What's for dinner? Okay. We got this. There's probably a way to validate this if I had to guess. Something else to consider. We don't need this. With an attachment, that's important to specify. That seems fine. Let's stop this. Okay, so now that we have that running, let me see if there's a way to run this script. Because this is something I'm not totally sure about. Because we have it over here. Let me see. Run a script outside Docker container. We probably need to run it on the host server, but I don't know if that's a good idea. Let's see. What to do, but not exactly how to do it. The main host, choose the folder you want to put your named pipe file, for instance, path to pipe, and a named file, for instance, my pipe. Okay. Pipe is created. Type this. Check the access rights with P. Now the terminal is waiting for data. Okay. This feels really, really scuffed. Okay, so they just run a Node.js container to the main host to retrieve the output. There's got to be a better way to do this. Maybe we don't need to do it exactly like this. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. You kind of need it, especially if you're doing like multiple. Well, I guess if they're both share. Oh, hold on. They both share a container or a volume. You would then also need a way to restart the container. So that wouldn't work, right? Because we need to restart it too. So there's got to be a way to, unless we do the cron scheduler thing. But that sounds really, really gross. How do we do this? Because running the script is one thing. We could, in theory, if hypothetically we have the Rails app running on the server and not in a container, we could then fire off the update script, which would just do all the stuff for the Minecraft server, right? Or even just like spin up a new container. But because we're deploying the Rails app as its own container, we need that, like, that individual container to have a way to do what it needs to the Minecraft server, which is outside of the container. Okay. Here, run a script on the host. Let's see. Maybe we gotta step outside of the containers themselves. You could put a flag file in a volume and have, that would be for automatic updates. So ideally you'd have just a button you press to like deploy it, right? Okay, let's see. Let's see what our favorite friend has to say about this. I have a Rails app in a Docker container. I have a Minecraft server. Sounds like you're from Microverse. A Minecraft server running on the host Linux box. How can the Rails server restart the Minecraft server? This feels like a logic puzzle that ChatGPT is going to struggle with, but we'll see. Set up a mechanism that allows your container to communicate commands to the host. This typically involves using a script on the host that Rails app can trigger. Here's a general approach to this. Okay, we got the script. That's fine. Make sure the script has the necessary permissions to execute. Allow the Docker container to communicate with the host. See, this is the kind of thing where at my old job, I never would have done this because this is such a big like security concern for us that like the whole point of the containers was it's safer. So sitting there messing around with the host device is a weird way to do things. Okay. Allow the container to communicate. Bro, I have to go. Well, it's been fun hanging out. Appreciate you stopping by. See you later. You said they share a volume. I'm hoping they will, but I'm not sure if that's how I'm going to set it up. Right now, it's literally just the Minecraft server is here. Oops, is here in the Forge server folder, and then the Rails app is running in a Docker container that Kamal has set up for us. But system command? Fuma style tmp/restart text, which you watch. If it gets modified, restart the corresponding server. See, that's what I was thinking. But I was hoping that there was a cleaner way than like a flag file. But that's like my fallback plan is just set something like that up. Execute the command from Rails. Okay, hold on. Install SSH, create the SSH. What is it talking about? Install SSH client on the Docker container. From within your Rails app. Oh, so it's just, okay, so it's suggesting having the container SSH into the server and then running the command like that. Okay, well this is not how I want to do it. I think at this point I would much rather use the flag file. Okay. So yeah, I think you're right with the Puma style TXT or the restart. Unfortunately, that's probably the best way to do it. Okay, we don't need that anymore actually. We can leave it because it gives us some sort of persistence, but we want a create like a shared volume for the Rails app and Minecraft server. We want to put this in like I don't know, like Symlinks. This is where's these comments sometimes. Let's see. Where would I want to put this? I'm gonna close the side one for now, because we're not gonna have like this Forge server, so we're gonna have like a shared, I don't know, some kind of shared playground. Something like / shared shared volume is what we could call it. We can set this up, and then we could have it create a file in here when, let's just do it when we go to check or when we go to download the latest mod. So do this, and then we'll say to create a flag file in the shared directory, shared volume directory thing, like that, I think. So then we would have like make dir shared, and then we would have to check this on this device. So we'd have to continually be polling it or something. And then we would maybe update it. Well, I guess if you're, yeah, you could have the server do it, and then the Rails app would create the file, and then you would just have to tell the user it's pending. And then you could just like check whenever. I don't know, like text for file or something. Or like file name, I guess. It's going to be equal to latest mod downloaded. .txt. Something like that. We don't want to do that. File path is going to be to the /shared/ whatever. Right? Shared volume is what we called it. Something like that, and then we would want to, do we want to do like a date? I don't know. Rails. You could probably just open and close the file. Let's see. So I want to make sure I'm not setting this up. We'd have to do some kind of timeout too. Okay. So we create this, then we have to come over here, and we're going to have to change the update thing. Or no, well, maybe we don't, because we have the system checking for it, and then when the system sees it, it then runs the cd forge, whatever. It would then run the update.sh. And then we need a way to deploy this, which I'm assuming we could deploy with Kamal somehow, maybe. Okay, let's see. So what we're going to do is like rails.root.join. We want this to be the, I don't know, let's see where this goes. Rails.root join this, and then make path, which should already exist. We want to create the file if it doesn't exist, I think. But what if it no work is the question. What if it no work? Okay, let's try this. CD make dir shared volume, something like this. CD shared, and then we want to, oops, not what I wanted to do. Shared volume, oops, and then rm-rf shared volume. Like that. We're gonna actually get rid of this real quick. Hold on, like that. Come over to the Docker file, this should work, and then let's Alt-Shift plus, pwd. I wonder if there's an Alt-Shift plus to go into the current directory without having to do that. Okay, and then in here we're gonna do a Kamal deploy with this. That should set up the volume for us. And then if I SSH into the root, okay. So in here we have bin user. And then we want to come into proc, yeah, because I haven't actually looked at what it sets up for us here. So again, like a lot of the Kamal stuff is just like a magic black box for me for like how it configures a server. Just kind of, I use it, and then I'm hoping that by using it through like some kind of sick twisted osmosis, I end up learning how it works. I was in there briefly just for a read. Code looks pretty. Yeah, that's how I like tried to diagnose one of my issues, was looking at the Kamal source code, which if no one's familiar, Kamal gem. Not async pretty, but pretty. Yeah, if you ever want to like look at this stuff, you come into like the gem file and then just go like perusing the files, and it's a good way to figure out how this stuff actually works. Because it's a Basecamp gem, that usually lets you see some like pretty good practices for how your code should be structured. We do this, so then we can like, I don't know, come in here to commands, Docker commands, and you can see how they like set this up. So like checking if Docker's installed, just runs a docker-v, and then if that -v fails, then it knows Docker's not installed, and then it knows it needs to install Docker. Which, like, you might think that's a very complicated way to do it, but then when you actually look at the code, it's exactly as simple as you would probably set it up yourself. Which is always, it's always nice when it looks like that, as opposed to like a giant mess of conditional logic that you're probably picturing. Yeah, I think I stole that. Yep. There's a couple of those in there where I'm like, ooh, this is shiny. I like this. Let me close these. Okay. We want to go into var. Okay. So there's our SQLite stuff, which is interesting, and then everything else that comes with that. What else do we have? Oh wait, I gotta come in here, right? Because we just set that up. So let's come into var, wherever I just came. It was over here, right? CD var lib docker, CD volumes. So we got our storage in here. Okay, let's see now. Docker points to specific volume, location, host. It's been so long since I set something like this up. And my only point of reference was all of the Windows specific commands I had to run. because everything was just kind of like stitched together. Slash shared volume. So let's try to cd here. Okay, so yeah, it's not here. Two possibilities. Either you mount an existing path on your host as a volume, or you create a named volume in Docker. Oh, great. It's one of these people. I love those people that sit there and they ask the most like condescending questions as answers. You can feel the loathing of the person who doesn't know how to ask the question. Like, how dare you not know the proper verbiage to ask a question here? It's the Stack Overflow mentality. I mean, chances are it's probably an answer that was stolen from Stack Overflow that I was just reading. Okay, if you create a named mount, which is the approach when using Docker Compose, you don't need all the extra settings. Okay, so if I do this and then we set up, let's try to set up the Minecraft container as well, right? Which is over here. That was that it's G Minecraft container stuff. So we probably want to just grab one of these. Oh, but this was using the CurseForge API, right? Let's see. Grabs the Minecraft server, sets up the ports, sets up the environment. Attach the relative data directory to data to the container slash, okay. Yes, we'd have to set this up alongside the other one. Now, is there... Let's see. Okay, so that's just a bunch of anecdotal stuff. That's not really what I'm looking for. How do I deploy two different containers with Kamal? Is there a Sam Johnson video on this? Postgres and that. Continuous integration. Okay. But what I really want is like a compose file that I can run here. As you run a Dockerized version by an alias on Linux, use this. Then in your app directory, run Kamal init. That gives you this. Docker and whatever. Okay. Compose. There's not. Different SSH port. Variables, directories. Directories act in a similar way to volumes, except it will create a corresponding directory on the host before mounting the volume. Okay, so if we come over and we'll run makedir first, and then we'll mount the volume. Okay, so if we come into the Kamal file then, instead of doing it here, maybe this, well, let's leave this one here for now, but let's come over here to deploy.yaml, volume storage, and then volume shared. But then this still doesn't answer the other one, but we'll do this for now. Shared volume. We'll go to /rails/shared, I guess. And then in our dashboard controller, we'd want to switch this to grab that path, right? Path is equal to /shared volume, I guess. Rails root.join, and then whatever we just called it, shared underscore volume. Something like that, but it still doesn't help us here. Different roles for the servers, different container labels, shell expansion. You can use a shell expansion to interpolate values from the host machine into labels. Container options. Remote builder. Oh, different Docker file or context when building. Okay, if you need to pass a different Docker file or context to the build command, e.g. you're using a mono repo or you have different Docker files. Okay. So that also isn't quite what we're looking for. Build secrets, Traefik stuff. Commands maybe? Or no, hooks. If we come in here, you can run custom scripts. It's either this or we set up the Rails app to spin up containers. But if the Rails app has to like connect to itself to do that, that'd be really weird. Let's look in the Kamal folder, see what's in there. Okay, this host Traefik reboot. I rebooted Traefik on Kamal hosts. Rebuild. Reconnect. Redeploy. Oh, this is making my head hurt. And then a reboot. Okay. Maybe we can look at accessories. Manage your accessory services. Single server with Kamal. Let's see what's going on here. Configuration, Traefik, server block. Bundle exec sidekick. A lot of people will opt in for a managed service, but you want to, if you manage this to deploy, Postgres will use the official Docker image, specify the port. Okay, so this is all done inside of the deploy.yaml file. Okay. But then does that put it inside the same container as the Rails app, or does that spin up a second container? I have to imagine it spins up a second container, so maybe we'll just find out. Instead of sitting here wasting a bunch of time. We'll come in here, we have the accessories block, which we'll put down here. Okay. Don't want this. What we want then is, what would we call this? Let's just call it Minecraft. Okay, image. That kind of makes sense. Host. I mean, this really doesn't matter, but we can leave it like this. But this comes into this image. Where is it? I need the it's G one. Did I close it? I must have. It's G. We'll open this. Okay. Mod packs? No. I need like a smaller mod pack than these, because these all seem kind of big. CurseForge API key. Okay, let me go look at the CurseForge thing again. Forge API. I'm not a studio, but I'm just trying to figure out how they expect you to do this. What is CurseForge for Studios? Supported download options. Third-party mod manager. Okay, hold on. Can I click on that, or does that? No. Okay. If you want your game users to download mods through various methods, such as a frame within your game launcher, if you have one, okay. Choose to let us moderate the content for your creator game or moderate it yourself with your own moderation team. See, this doesn't quite seem like what I'm looking for. Get mod. Get mods. Get mods post v1/mods. Get a list of mods belonging to the same game. None of this seems like what I would need here. Yeah. Because I saw the other day, I think yesterday or whenever we looked at this, maybe it was over the weekend, that they changed how this works. So ideally, I would just want to have this like included somehow. Because I really don't like relying on these services, but there was one in here, right, that already had the setup for it. Example Docker Compose. Okay, right here. Something like this. But then we would have to get this set up somehow. Or you have the image without having the file. Okay, hold on. Let me cook. So we grab something like this for the service. MC. The image is Minecraft server : image tag -java. I don't know what that means. Then we have volumes, which we can probably set in here as well. I'm assuming, because I'm assuming this kind of just follows the same format. We want this to be ./modpacks to /modpacks :RO. I don't know. Something like this. Data to /data. We should have a env, right? Is it just a, okay, hold on. Kamal deploy. Registry username. Oh yeah, the password right here. So we would need this to be set here somehow. How do we set these again? I would love for this page to be more useful. Feel like a broken record. Let's see. Okay, it's an env block. env : tab over ULA true. Oh wait, that was a bunch of stuff I could put there, right? What's Copilot on? Here we go. Okay. False difficulty. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Memory 4G, Forge version. Okay, how does this stuff get read though? I'm gonna get rid of this because this doesn't make sense. Neither does this. Hey there, how are you doing? Doing okay. I'm trying to figure out how to get this configured properly for the server hosting stuff. But unfortunately, it's a giant spaghetti sandwich right now. So we'll see. Okay, and then we also need the... Well, I guess we can just try this. I have a feeling like this is just going to go boom when I try to deploy it. So we're just going to deploy it and see what happens. Because there's basically nothing in here that should work. Okay. But I've never tried doing one of these accessories before, so I guess the only way we can really learn is by trying. We suffer here so that we can seem intelligent when we make the videos. Because I'm assuming this will grab the image, right? Billionaire yet? No, unfortunately, no. We grab the image, we publish the port. This stuff seems pretty standard. Even the volume, it's like, okay, whatever. But not sure how it's going to play with this stuff. But we'll see. Assuming I can actually grab this image from somewhere, like if this is on Docker Hub or wherever. Docker.com. Then this should be fine. Which it is. So it should be able to grab this, and then we'll see what that does. Don't know. Ideally, you would just have like the zip file thrown into the directory when the user hits deploy, and then they just kind of whoosh and it goes up there. Because in addition to the mods, you need like the specific mod or Forge version and other stuff, which we're not even accounting for yet. That's where like the deploying Rails app, deploying the Rails app with Kamal kind of falls short, throwing it into like Docker. Because ideally you would really just have it on the server itself so that it could do the actual management. So that's still something that I have to consider. Unless you really do just have the Rails app SSH back into the server and do the management that way. Be a little bit of a strange way to do it though. Hopefully this gets through. Looks like it did. So now it should be going through number 2. Or not quite. Maybe it'll get there. Yeah, assuming this gets up and running, which it did, but I don't think it did the other one, did it? Kamal, what was it? Kamal container, or is it Kamal? All accessory details. Consider the podcast idea. Wait, what? Oh, MC? Is that what we called it? Specify one of the hosts. Wait. Oh, is it because I didn't do... Do I have to run this again? That would be really gross. What was the podcast idea? I can't keep track. I know that there was one suggestion of pitching a bunch of startups to me. I know that there was the Hatchbox for Minecraft. I don't remember what the podcast idea was. What are we podcasting? Okay, well, that redeploy happened even faster. Why did that happen so quickly? Okay, hold on. Docker PS. Yeah, so this is definitely only running 2. Hold on. Inviting devs, viewers to talk and build. Oh, gotcha. I thought that was aimed at Marco when that conversation was happening. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that is definitely beyond my current expertise as a live streamer. I'm barely functioning as is. But like down the road, that sounds like something I'd be interested in. Because I do think that'd be fun. Also got a couple friends I'm teaching how to code. I thought it might be interesting, depending on if they want to, if doing something like that live. Okay, wait, hold on. Why is this Kamal details, maybe? Okay, hold on. Let's go to the Kamal docs again. Even though they never answer any of my questions. Okay, install Docker, log into the registry, build the image. Push the image. So why is this not doing the other stuff? You don't really want to tell me I have to run this command of all things, right? I ran the deploy, but it only went through and set up the other stuff. This wasn't spun up. This wasn't set up or anything. Unless I do a second servers block, maybe, or like another web role or something. Create like a Minecraft role. But it would still be the same. Yeah, because it's still on the same host. So this should... I don't understand what the accessory is doing. Using accessories. You can manage your accessory services via Kamal as well. Accessories are long-lived services that your app depends on. They are not updated when you deploy. The host that the accessories will run on can be specified by hosts. Okay, so you would in theory have this in a different area or... Okay, so do I have to do a Kamal setup then? Specify one of the hosts or roles for accessory. Okay, so that's the problem then. So we have to give this we give the host block or like a role block maybe? Web. Specify one of hosts, or, oh, wait, roles. Like that. Find method flat map. Where are you seeing that? Okay. Oh, for web string. Okay, I don't want to do this because this just causes it to be duplicated, right? Roles? Oh, is that why? Dash web. Like that. Okay. Something like that. Okay, let's see. Docker run. Deanin MC. Volume with mod packs. Okay, so this is definitely doing something. And now we're in the Rails app. So in theory, that just worked. In practice, I don't know. But assuming that worked, then we would have something like a Docker container running whatever version of Minecraft that is. I have no idea what that spins up. And then the Rails app next to it. And then we just have to kind of hook them up more. But I'm not a fan of having to do the setup to like set up the accessories each time. Using directories. Directories act in a similar way to volumes, except we'll create a corresponding directory on the host before mounting the volume. Okay, so this would run make dir data somewhere. pwd Kamal demo db data. Kamal demo db. Okay. Would make it there. Okay, so I wonder if we put the slash in front of it, can we create a directory at the root? Force it to create the directory before anything else, and then we don't have to worry about directory not existing when we try and use it. This is so stupid. What have I done? I'm in too deep now. This has to work somehow. Let me see if there's a way to get this. Maybe get something else working. At least while I'm distracted by the pretty red text, I can see if there's something else I can do over here. Okay. I guess that's probably better to check next time as opposed to doing it live. Because the last time I tried messing with my stream configurations while this was happening, I ended up crashing it, which I'm sure everyone is thrilled already to... could also be the color setup in your terminal. That's possible. It's just weird that it's all red. I'm sure everyone's thrilled to see me up and down their subscription feed right now. The debug is also barely readable. Yeah, this... There's a lot here. I don't know what theme this is. Settings? Color schemes. Yeah, it's whatever it just installed. Let me go to like... Let me go to this one. Save. Set as default. Does that cause this to change? It does not. Okay, well, let me CD in here real quick. Or not CD, let me SSH in. Oh wait, I have to also scroll out of it. Okay, we do have a Minecraft server up and running. I have no idea what it's running, but we have it, that did start it. So Kamal did it somehow. Okay. I guess we try this. Let me come over to Cloudflare. Let me log in real quick. Okay. Over here. This one. DNS. Then we want to add a new... Do we just add a new CNAME? Well, no, this would be proxied through by Cloudflare, right? I don't know. Let's just try this, I guess. And then this would go to the IP, maybe? Save. Content for CNAME record is invalid. Okay, so this may be an A. Let's copy this in here. Dot. Like that. Save. No idea. Let's go see. We probably don't have any mod packs. I'm just gonna go to the default Forge and see if we can connect that way, unless this, maybe this just installs like a vanilla server? Question mark. Let's come over here. We'll probably have to read through the docs for this, but let's at least see if we can access this somehow. Even if I just get an error message or something, I'm going to count that as a win. It's a start. And then from here, we can probably get it to update somehow. Assuming we upload the zip, we get the script working and all the other stuff. Also, wow, you can really tell how laggy this is when you don't have the fast loader thing on. Okay. Incompatible version. This is a vanilla server. Going to this IP. Okay. Let's try this. .dnout.com. Okay, so that doesn't work. This is running vanilla, so then we would have to change the image to whatever to get it to do Forge, I guess. Then we can figure out how to do the mods folder, which is probably the mod packs volume, if I had to guess. So maybe we just set the mod packs volume as a shared directory from the Rails server. Okay, so we can probably figure that out. And then this should be happening in wherever the other one is. So we'll cd to root, and then it was cd into var lib docker volumes, which has the shared volume we created in it. And it has data. Is this the same data or is this different data? Okay, so this is where our this is where our Minecraft server exists then. Inside of this data directory, I guess. 120.4. What if we open up the EULA? Does that have the true in it? It does, which I'm assuming is from this. Oh, whoops. Let me queue out of here. And then the other one we would have to look at would be, oh, I guess that's just the run command, right? Okay, but now how do we update? How do we update and restart an accessory? Okay, let's disconnect Kamal accessory. Accessories? Accessory. I hate it here. Okay, hold on. Kamal accessory. Details, restart. So you could probably do that through here, which wouldn't let you do it through the Rails app, I guess. Unless we'd like deploy, we deploy Kamal with the Rails app and then we have it use Kamal commands from inside the Rails app. So like the Docker container runs Kamal to then reconfigure the Minecraft server on the server itself. I could picture the YouTube video from here. Kamal on Rails on Kamal or something. We have accessory logs. And we would have to, okay, so let's try this. Let's do details, MC, because we named it MC. Okay, so that does work. So we have to specify the name whenever we do one of these commands, I'm assuming. Boot new accessory service on host. Execute custom commands, which would allow us to execute a command in that container, in that accessory. And we also have logs. So let's look at logs for name, or for MC. which has our preparing spawn area stuff in it. Okay. We can restart it. Is there a way to like update it? I'll execute a custom command on server. Execute subcommands. Reboot. Stop container, remove container, start new container. Okay. Okay, so we have the mod packs directory. We'll cd into wherever we were previously. Here. Slash volumes. And then whatever. So if we do this, we can then see we have data. We don't have a mod packs volume. So we probably need to make that, which I'm assuming what happens if we switch this version, type forge? Does that cause this to somehow change? Kamal accessory restart, right? Boot or reboot? Reboot existing accessory. Hold on. Reboot existing accessory on host. Stop container, remove container, start new container. So we want to do a Kamal accessory reboot. Hold on. Make sure I spell it right. Reboot MC. Okay. So that stops it. Prunes it. And then it runs restart with the forge, I guess. So if I now open up this again, does it tell us it's a vanilla server or does it tell us it's a forge server? I can't imagine this type environment variable does anything, but we're going to try this and then we'll go through the documentation and see what happens. Okay, so let's come over here. Quick start with Docker Compose or server types. Okay. Oops, and I closed it. Fantastic. History, Minecraft server back. Go over here. Different versions and using various server types. Type to vanilla. Okay, the default server type is the official software from sections to left. Okay, forge, server types. Type equals forge. Okay, so you can actually specify everything down to the version in here. That's kind of wild. Multiplayer. It still says vanilla server. But if we can specify this, right? Type is forge. Version. Oh, wait, but this, yeah, well, okay, no, this is fine. Version is not this. We need it to be 1.20.1, which should have a specific forge version too. So we need this version of forge, but I have no idea how to specify that. Forge version, forge underscore version is 47.2.0, 47.2.0, like that. Okay. Kamal accessory reboot. Let's try this. Stops the container. And we'll see, because if we get this to create a mod pack folder, we have the mod pack volume. We can then just hook up the Rails app to that specific volume, and it saves us a ton of trouble. Well, okay, it saves me a ton of trouble. It doesn't. Everyone else just gets to sit here and laugh as I waste my time, but hopefully you guys know what I mean. I guess it saves you the trouble of watching me suffer unless you consider that entertainment, then it impinges on your entertainment, I guess. Multiplayer, refresh. Still says vanilla server. See, I don't know if this... There's two different things that could be happening here. This could either just not be restarting, or it could be... so let's SSH in. Hold on. Or let's Kamal accessory again. Like this. Reboot. Stop, remove. We could remove it. Image and data directory. I don't like that. Okay, so we probably should check into this and see if it deletes everything. Because if it deletes everything, that's not great. Okay. Stop the... Let's try to stop it, right? So Kamal accessory stop MC. Let's see if it has any power here. So now this should go from like whatever to no work. Which it did, which is good. Start. MC. Okay. Refresh. Should take a minute. Kamal accessory logs MC, I think. Okay, hold on. Anvil chunk storage. So this was the last one, right? And now it's doing whatever this is. Setting mode. Yeah, vanilla. Resolving type given vanilla. So this is still not working. Okay. So let me move this down here. Environment type is Neoforge. Version. Okay. So Kamal accessory remove. Let's try to remove it. Kamal accessory remove MC. So remove all containers, images, and data directories for this. Yes. Okay. Now, how do we get the Kamal accessory back? Is there a way to like redeploy it or something? Do I just start it? Or do I have to actually do like a full setup now? Yeah, so I'm assuming you would have to then do a full setup, which that's really not what we're looking for here. So let's do a Kamal setup and just see. Okay. While that's running, we can come over here to the color schemes again. Color schemes. Oh, I probably have to come into here. Then change the color scheme. Appearance. Okay, let's do this. Let's set it to Campbell. Save. It's still red. So even out of the box, this is just red text. What about this one? Yeah. They really wanted that to just be obnoxiously red, I guess. Okay, we're going back to the Ubuntu theme. I tried. Not very hard, but I tried. Okay, so this... Oh, it's not great. I don't want to have to do a Kamal setup each time I do a change like this. But maybe it makes sense. But what we got to do now is... Well, need to connect to it, and then we need to see if connecting to the server and doing some changes and then deleting it and then restarting it causes it to persist those changes, or if it's also blowing away like the world save and stuff. Ubuntu theme for the win. Yeah, I just like the colors. I don't care for the fact that Kamal puts everything in red, but aside from that, I like it. Because it could be that it's like when we do the resetup, let's say we update the Forge version, that it's not persisting the worlds folder or something as well, which we could probably fix with just doing a volume, I'm hoping. But that's something I'm going to have to like actually go in and check. Kamal accessory rebuild. Is there a command for that? Accessories. Services like a database, Redis server, or similar grouped as accessories. Build your container image as needed. This would be so much easier if there was just a better README. Okay, let's see. Container image and registry. Traffic. Where's your accessory block? Accessories. Services like this. You guessed it. We need some configuration under the accessories. We're naming our accessory database, specifying the official Postgres Docker image. We map the port using this and the location of our data within the directory's key. So could you, in theory, then just use the Kamal like remove of accessory command to get rid of all of the data in your database? That feels not good, if that's the case. Okay, let's refresh. Oh, okay, so that actually worked. So I did have to completely blow it away, but now we have a Forge server that's running on 120, and that's all configurable by like a string. That's crazy. Okay, we'll screen this. Now we got to figure out some way to. Oh wait, didn't I opt myself as well? Game mode creative. Okay, I did. So that works out of the box as well. We're just going to make some kind of monument to our sins real quick, just so that there's a way to check that there's something unnatural here. I mean, we'll be able to check if we spawn in like a different biome when we blow it away and come back, but we'll see. So I'm going to save this, disconnect. That's pretty cool that that worked. Miracle. And then we do a Kamal accessory. What was it? Remove MC. Yes. Okay. Okay, it doesn't look like it gets for the volume. So now let's do a Kamal setup again. And then let's see if this puts us into the same world as the last one. And we can also like SSH in and see if that volume for the mod packs exists now that we've started a Forge server. But again, like if I can look at this and reasonably deduce how to update stuff here, this is something that we could probably get people to actually figure out as well, which is a lot friendlier than other types of setup. But there's still a way to do this better, I'm sure. And that's where I got to cook a bit. But I think I understand how we can do this a little bit better. Also need to stop closing this whenever it works, because then I have to restart it again. And I still have to figure out how to make this one work. Maybe this is why. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, maybe we also have to publish that port? I don't know. So this worked. What did I do? I did a Kamal setup. It finished in 61 seconds. That seems odd. Right? Push the image. Still called Linktree demo. That's fine. Okay, SSH in, and then let's do a Docker PS. Oh, it has the Minecraft server up and running about a minute ago. Refresh. Oh, I guess it's starting still, right? Like it takes a second for it to start. Open it up and see if that same world still exists or if we're in a different world now. Okay, it still exists. So it is persisting the data, which is another big thing. So we could blow away the accessory and restart it and nothing else changes, which makes a lot more sense than how I thought it worked. Okay, so we got that. And then do we publish this port? Because I think this is what, 25565 or something? Minecraft server default port. 25565. Okay, so maybe we publish this as well. 25565. So this one has a web secure entry points. Maybe this needs to just be a web entry points. Entry points dot web dot address is :25565. I don't think that's right, but we'll find out, I guess. Accessory remove. Yes. I also don't know if I have to remove it each time or if it's enough to just do another setup. Kamal setup. Okay, so this should be down now. This is so dumb. Deploying a Minecraft server with Kamal and then managing it. But I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Because Kamal handles a lot of the initial server configuration for you. And then if you could just set it up so that you can do everything without needing to like physically connect, you could save some time. And I mean, you could even take it a step further and you could probably deploy a lot of stuff for people as well. If you wanted to do it as a service, of course. Which does have its own overhead. But I think the overhead for that would be a lot less than what some of these services are charging. Okay, so this is old. It's back to a vanilla, but that's probably because it's starting still. Then this should come back up once it's done. And then if we connect that to the mod packs volume, wherever that may be, here, we could probably have the script put it into the Docker files volume and then have the server pick that up somehow if we restart it. Which we should also test. This is why you don't let me play with your new toys, because I will put them through the dumbest ringer imaginable. They're sitting there like, oh yeah, this is a great way to deploy web apps. And I'm like, okay, but can it run Minecraft? Okay, so that's up and running again, apparently. Yep, disconnect. And we got to figure out how to. The answer is yes, it can run Minecraft. Apparently. Okay. I feel like this. I still need to figure this out. So let me do this off screen while this is running. Okay. Of course it will. Okay. I don't want it to vary depending on plan though. We have to change that. Let me open up Cloudflare again and see if there's a way to change it. Okay, that worked. Everything else is up and running, right? So at this point, let's SSH in. And then let's CD into that Docker volumes directory. I wrote another craft gem if you're interested. Oh, I'm always interested. Shared volume storage. 1806. SC2 AI. I thought got a gem here for StarCraft AI. Am I reading this correctly? Parsing StarCraft 2 replays. Please tell me this is it, because this is this is so cool. Nope, wrong one. Okay. SC2, let's go to Ruby Gems and look for SC2 AI. Ruby interface for StarCraft 2. Let's go. This is cool. I'm assuming it's this one. I'll post it so everyone can see it. Let's go. Okay. Homepage. Oops. This is 100% going to be okay. So now I got to go working on the README and the tutorials. That'd be cool. This feels like it'll be something that's really fun to play around with. I got a Rails app up and running a while ago for someone on the subreddit who was asking about it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't remember. Oh, this was it. So they used to play this game, Stellar Invictus, but it was not in a playable state. So I went through and I like hacked it together so they could at least like see what their old game looked like. But I love projects like this that are they're not even web projects at that point. It's just fun little side projects that devolve into gaming. Obviously that's something I'm interested in, because here I am setting up like a weird little Minecraft host thing, but yeah, if you get like a README and a tutorial up and running, this is definitely something that I would go install StarCraft 2 again just to go play with it. Okay, so we have this. Check the docs. Oh wow, you're not kidding. Ruby interface for StarCraft 2. Supports everything. You love to see it. Oh my. Yo, this is cool though. It's like a PvP arena for bots. Have a ladder and compete in tournaments. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna send this to one of my friends who plays StarCraft and happens to program. Okay. There we go. He was asking me to set up like some kind of tournament thing the other day. Which always, again, harkens back to the I have a startup idea type thing. Okay, so this mod packs directory, where is it creating this? It's not creating it here. got to be making this somewhere. Because the data's right here. So maybe we have to change this. Maybe we do it like this. Modpacks : whatever. And then Kamal setup again. Now does that bring this down? It doesn't. Container is already in use by container whatever. You have to remove or rename to be able to reuse that name. Okay. Let's remove the accessory. This is so scuffed. Yes. We'll remove it and then we'll restart it and then we'll see. Setup. Spend 10 minutes pressing the up arrow key, 5 seconds typing the command. You ask me which one I'm going to choose to do every single time. Okay, so this is, I have to figure out how to get this up and running. It's like one of the downsides of using stuff like ZSH is just your lizard brain is like, oh, well, what if I just press the up arrow key until I find it? And then you tab in, you're still mashing it, even though nothing's changing. And you're like, why isn't it working? Every one of those keystrokes could have just been spent typing the command. It's literally like 10 letters. Okay, let's come over here. Maybe this is why. Okay, let's see. Need to set up a Cloudflare subdomain for like a port or something. Okay. Redirect a subdomain to the Apex domain. Redirect the Apex domain to a subdomain. Already added the subdomain at your host. Create a corresponding DNS A or CNAME record for that subdomain. I wonder if that's why it's not working. How did I do it with that other project? Let me go check. Thankfully, I have one that's kind of similar. DNS. Yeah, because I went to a different. Wonder if that's why. This should be working. I feel like this should be working at least. Oh. Thank you. Alrighty. Okay, so we're gonna pretend this doesn't exist for now. We'll focus on this one. I'll focus on one problem at a time. This is now up and running. We've now pushed this over, and then we should be able to Alt-Shift+ SSH root at whatever. CD into wherever that was. Okay, so now we have the modpacks directory. So it's because of whatever the formatting was. Now if I CD into modpacks, that has data. CD into data, that has nothing. 2 mods present. So could I move the mods into here? How does that change it? Or do I have to move them into the data directory? The data directory has the mods. So maybe what I have to do then is, I could just move them into the data directory, but I don't know if the mods directory gets deleted every time you do that. So let's try this then. F11, Control L. We could cp-r the /forge. Okay. Where is the forge server? CD forge server pwd. do this. cp /root/forge server/mods. Hello, Marcelo. Hope you're doing well. Like that. And then cp that into here. Like that. Then cd into mods. Like this. Now let's try to restart. We'll see if that causes this to change. Kamal accessory remove. Okay. So that gets rid of all of this. And I'm assuming this persists, right? CD mods. Oh wait, there's a mods folder in here. CD mods. Okay, so I messed that up. Okay, so let's do this. Let's rm-rf mods. And then let's do that copy command again. But into here. CD mods, which has the mods in it. Now if we come over here, we can do a Kamal setup. And then this should start this server without deleting any of this stuff. And that should then allow us to have a error in the Minecraft connection panel, which is for some reason what we're looking for right now. Okay. So we remove that. Now running setup, which goes through all this again. Seems to be going a little bit faster this time, though. Just going to mash refresh and see what happens. I just realized I'm that annoying customer who goes, yeah, that's great they're using that tool, but can we like completely misuse it? Kamal accessory. I'm that customer where you have to explain online. Yes, I know it's a bad idea to run a Minecraft server this way, but I have to for business reasons. As you get roasted by Reddit because they're like, no, you're doing it wrong. Details MC. About it. So it was created about a minute ago. Oh, it's pinging. So it's got to be starting up. Let's see. Just tell me I don't have the right mods, please. They're definitely still in there. I just don't know if it's starting with those in consideration or what was the command? Kamal accessory logs MC. Preparing spawn area. Says it's done. Okay. This. Let's see. See, the problem is it's not even giving me an error now, so we might have broken something else. Let's do this. Let's disconnect here. Kamal accessory. Remove MC. Refresh. Yes, remove. Okay. Now we want to do a Kamal setup again. and see if this changes at all. I need it to like rebuild it. I can't just have it sit here and say this is fine. Here we go. So it's using the mod packs volume. It's got the data. So those are good. And it's rebuilding all this, or I guess it's using the cached versions for all this. It should also work. Okay. This is such a confusing workflow. This is definitely where I would prefer to just be using Docker or something, or like a Docker compose file. But again, that's not the point. The point is to just make it just work, right? Okay, or let's do Kamal. What was it? Accessory logs MC. Should grab the logs file. Preparing the world. It does have it. Okay, so we do see smooth boot in here. So it's definitely trying to run these mods when it does this. Okay. Server network message list is not compatible. I'm not really sure what its problem is there. But I'm going to go ahead and close this and we'll try it with the four mod pack. This one. And then we'll play with this one. And we'll see if this can connect. If this can connect, then we're in. Sort of. Might be a bit exaggerated, but it still doesn't solve the issue of how make this communicate with the other thing. But it does at least give us that intermediate step of like we could share the files. You could hit like the Rails endpoint. The endpoint could then do pretty much all of the work. Could like extract the zip and move the files as needed into the shared volume. You would just need something externally to like restart that container without having to do like a Kamal redeploy or whatever. Okay, well that seems to have worked. Hold on. Okay, we're in the same world. What is it? E. We do have create in the waystone. So yeah, that is the directory to put the stuff in to make this work. Okay. All right, so now we got to come over here. We're no longer putting this into the shared volume. I don't know why I closed that. So over in the Kamal deploy, we don't need this volume. What we instead need is we need a way for the container to access this volume, right? Data. If we put, maybe we put it down here. Okay, hold on. Do we have to declare it in both places, or is it enough to declare it in one for both of them to use it? Kamal setup. How would I check if this is working though? I guess we can find out. We can do this, and then we can come over here to app. Oh, it was not happy about that. Conflict. The container name is already. Oh. Okay, this is going to get annoying. I can already tell this is going to be a problem or a pain point where I don't know if the accessory is the right way to do this. I don't know why the setup doesn't like just stop it and start it again. It's a little bit weird. Okay. So this will work. This then does this. So then what I would want to do is in the endpoint here, in the dashboard, API dashboard, what I'm going to do is just do a def test stuff. And we're going to just use this as a play route. And then we'll come into our routes. We can create a get test to dashboard test stuff, like that. And then in here, we would then want to do a, I don't know, like put stuff in the data volume to see if it's the same one. So I don't know, what do we do? Just do like a file dot open. It's going to be data slash test.txt. Like that. I guess. We could probably leave it like that. Okay, so I'll let this finish and then I'll just do a deploy on top of it because we don't need to change the Minecraft server to make the deploy work. Which means we don't have to do the whole setup again. Thank God. Not that I don't love doing this, but this is kind of annoying. Okay. This is fine. And then we want to test it again. Well, I guess we don't have to do the Minecraft test right now, but I'm going to at least start this so that we can have it running if we need to. Since we're not technically testing anything on the client right now. Although there are some other things we could test there. But at the very least, I'd like to get this working. And then from like the other perspective, it would just be like a Rails app that runs all the Kamal stuff as like a server orchestrator type thing. And maybe like the ultimate test is running a Minecraft server for the stream using this tool. Once we get to that point, we know it's working. And then we could do the fun stuff like create a Discord bot that integrates with it for no reason. Just over-engineer the entire stack. Okay, so this is working. This is already up, I'm assuming. And then we just have to do the test for that. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. We'll minimize this. And then I'm going to do a CD code streams Minecraft, or is it just CD code Minecraft? CD demo. Okay, bin slash, no, that wouldn't work. Okay, so that won't work there. It'll have to run there. So we might have to test if this is like a, what's the thing? I also don't know if slash data is the right place, but I guess we'll see. Kamal deploy. So this one should run a lot faster. I want to come over here to slash test. We can do a bin slash dev right here and just see what happens, I guess. Slash API slash v1 slash test. Okay. I'll switch file or directory. Makes sense. So maybe we do this. We say if rails.env.development, oops, development, question mark. Then we can just do like a else. I just realized the Minecraft music's blasting in the background. Do the else right here. Options, music. Okay. I think that's good, right? Yeah, hopefully. Is this being picked up by... Okay, so that's coming through the desktop audio, so you guys can't even hear how loud this is. It's probably for the best. We open up the wave link and we'll see. Wouldn't be system, it would be maybe game. Okay, so this is something I should figure out for next time. Get this working, because the Spotify is being listened to, right? Oh, I wonder if this is why. Speakers, Realtek. Maybe I have to do this. going to go ahead and not play with that right now in the middle of the stream, because if that has a feedback loop, I'll have some very unhappy campers in chat. Okay. So this is being pushed up, and then we also need to like SSH in once this happens. So I'm going to SSH root at whatever directory. We want to CD into, not there. We want to CD into the Docker lib thing right here, volumes, CD data in here. It's either going to be in here or it's going to be inside of data itself, or the underscore data. So we'll see. Okay, so this looks like it's up and running. Let's come over here. Okay. And for this, we want to do a file. Oops. File.opendata/test. Maybe. Let's just do this. Test.txt. And then we can test that. But this right now, if we run this, ILL, CD underscore data. Test.txt. Okay. So that is going into the right directory. So now, instead of doing test.txt, we would have to come in here and we would have to do something like put zip file, or I guess extract zip file to /data/mods. First, we need to recreate the mods directory. And we extract the zip file there. Okay. I see it. I have the vision. So that's two parts of the problem. Then we just have to figure out how to restart the Minecraft server, and then I think we're good. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so let's start here. No idea how to do this in Rails. Let's figure out. Let's figure out together. I don't know. Rails, is there like a helper for recreate? Remove directory. Do I have to do this all through like system commands? File utils. Okay. File utils module. Does this still exist? Ruby 3.2 file utils rmdir. 3.2. Deleting. Remove dir. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we can test this by just creating a test directory here. New folder. Test. Oh wait. New folder. Temp. There we go. We have a temp directory, and then we can come in here and we can try to file utils. File utils.rmrf, or no, it's just remove dir /temp. Or I guess it would just be temp. I don't know. See if it's from the Rails root or where this goes from. Force. So whether to ignore. No, so we don't want to do that. So force equals false. Fix me. Check if it is a directory. Fantastic. Okay. And then we can do a bin/dev over here to the test directory. And then I'm going to refresh. We'll see. Missing a template for the request format /txt. Whatever. Okay, so we got an error over here. Is this just because of the missing template? It is. It looks like maybe. But it did get rid of the temp directory. And we do have the test file. So let's do this. New file. Or sorry, new folder. TEMP. Okay. Refresh. That deletes the folder, creates the test file. So those things are working. Okay, so instead of removing this, we would then want to say the mods directory is equal to, do we Rails root join, or do we just say it's equal to, where did that take us? SSH root in here. One sec. Okay, this is so loud. Let's do this instead. Okay. And then we want to cd into here, cd into data, cd into underscore data. This was where the test file was, right? Test.txt. So writing to /data/test was that. So instead we would have to do /data/mods. So we're gonna remove dir, the mods directory. Is there a recreate? That'd make my life a little bit easier, I guess. Remove dir, create. Creates a hard link. Create dir. I don't know. Make dir. Creates directory also indicating answer. Okay, so we can do this, right? Then we do a file utils.makedir for the mods directory. Okay. Then we grab this mod by doing this. Now we need to figure out a way. Ruby unzip. How do we unzip a file? The Ruby zip gem. Why do I feel like if I click on this, it's just going to be as old as the Stack Overflow post? Ruby zip. Oh, it was updated 4 days ago. Oh my! Someone who maintains their tool. Let's go. Okay. Ruby zip. Okay. Zip file, open the zip. Okay, so then we want to do we have to require zip, or is this just in here by default? Let's just do it like this. Require zip. I don't know if we need it or not, but we'll just do that for now. And then we can do zip file is mod.zip, and then we want to do zip : file.open. The zip file .download. All right, because it's active storage, so we have to okay, whatever. Okay, let's at least see if we can get this to work. Extract it like that, maybe? No idea if that's the right way to do it. So let's try that, and then instead of creating this test file, actually we can leave this test file. I'm gonna rm the test.txt, because then we have at least something that we can verify ran after this happened. Okay. Kamal deploy. We're going to deploy this, and then we're going to go to the dnout/test whatever, and then we're going to see if all of this stuff happens. cd mods. I'm going to touch temp.txt so that we have an extra file in here to see if that extra file continues to exist when we do this. If it does, then we're in business. If it doesn't, well, I don't know what to tell you. Trying to make sure you guys can't hear me munching on apples. Probably don't want to listen to that either. Okay, so if I Alt Shift minus, there we go. CD to code Minecraft demo, right? And then we can bin/dev in here. Let's try this. If we bin/dev in here, we also need to make sure the directory exists, which it won't in this case, but we can at least try this. Let's go to our test endpoint. Does that give us a data directory? Doesn't look like it. /. That really should have given us more errors, right? No such file or directory. Okay. I'm assuming that's going to be the problem we run into here. So we'll SSH back in, CD into wherever we have to go. Right here. CD into data, CD into underscore data. Then we have to come over to here. I'm going to close some of these just so we can have a bit more room. Close the Kamal one. We can leave this open. We can close this one and this one and this one and this one and this one. Okay. I'm actually going to close this one as well because we don't need this up and running. And then we come over here to API v1 test. And then this should delete the mods folder, create the mods folder, and then create this test file at data/test, which should be in here. We should see test.txt after this is done. Let me come over here and refresh. Make sure this is working. It is. But it looks like it's still up and running, or at least it's trying to get up and running. Okay, pruning old container images. So I think that's done. Let's come over here and refresh. Tells us something went wrong. That's okay. RS, I'm not seeing it in here. So yeah, now we need the logs. So Kamal app logs. Is that a thing I can do? It is. Okay. Permission denied. Data mods temp.txt. Oh, permissions issues. Fantastic. You're getting discount sushi. Okay. So I need to give this permissions to do this stuff. I don't know how I would do that though. It was able to create the test folder or the test file. So, but the permissions of this, I think, are the same as the mods, right? First warning. Behave yourself, Jared. No bullying. You'll get put on the list yourself. Okay. Let's see. It could be that this is being used. Let me try this. Let me try a Kamal app, or no, a Kamal accessory remove MC. Let's do this. Let's remove the Minecraft server. And then let's try to run this again. I'm going to defend the Monopoly boy. I have to. Okay. And then we want to do one of these, right? Kamal app logs. Is this still throwing errors because of this? It is. But why? Okay. This is HTML. Permission denied at apply to files. Okay. So it tries to, it removes the directory. It creates the directory. It then grabs the mods, does this. And then it tries to, is this where we're running into problems? No, because this is trying to do temp.txt, right? So where is that coming from? Hold on. Hold on. Data mods temp.txt. Am I dumb? Don't answer that. So where is that? Where's that temp.txt coming from? Okay. I mean, it could be Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, this is doing the test. This isn't only happening in development. Dashboard controller at line 28. So right here, where it's trying to remove /data/mods. It can't do that. CD mods. Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay. Well, wait, that has the same permissions as everything else, right? So we probably have to also set the permissions for the mods to be accessible. Okay. It would probably be like file utils permissions or something, if there's a way to do this. Okay, that's a Java question. Definitely don't want that. Ruby file utils. Change permission bits on the named files. Okay. Permission. Okay, chmod. So you can chmod something. So maybe that's how we do it. Maybe we change it that way, and then we... It's like progressively getting hackier, but it's also like not something that I'm going to have a Rails library to do, right? We're not going to be able to just say deploy Minecraft Forge server, unless maybe that is built into Ruby. I feel like there's a coordinated effort over there between you two, and I'm just not going to touch it. I would encourage you to make good choices should that become a third warning, though. Let's see. Okay. We could try to change the permissions to just open permissions and see if that causes this to work. But what else I can do is I can come in here and I can just the temp.txt, right? So now that has full whatever. I can come over here and refresh. Which didn't do anything. So let's check the logs. Yeah, so it can't do anything with this. So let's rm-rf, or I guess let's just rm the temp.txt. Clear this. Refresh. Okay, still nothing. Check this. Permission denied for the files themselves. So yeah, there's got to be. Okay, let's see. Permission denied. Apply to files. So what? How give permission? For Ruby file utils in particular. Okay. Yep. Bring this over here. I don't understand what is the question. I love it when people do that kind of stuff. So you're referencing a Python file in your snippets. Is that relevant, or is the main.py just an example? Where does Ruby come in here? I love people. If I had $1 for every time I got really annoyed by like the snarky question people are asking, I'd have a lot of dollars. There's a question for Brew, and the question is, why is ImageMat home? Oh my God. Wait. Also doesn't seem like what I'm looking for. I just want to, I don't understand why creating the file causes this to happen. Okay, what if we cd in here, or cd out of here, rm-rf mods, right? So no more mods directory. Refresh. Check the logs. No such file or directory mods. Make sure mods, please. Okay, refresh. F11. Okay. Completed 500 internal, no such file or directory /data/mods. Such file or directory slash data slash mods. Are you sure? Is that not where we're in right now? What is this? File utils. Okay, hold on. Do we have to join? We shouldn't have to join with the root, right? Like this should. I wrote a file here. /data /test. Does it go into /data /mods? /data /mods right here. Maybe it didn't see it yet. Refresh. Argument error. Oh, here we go. Path name contains null byte. Okay, so this is different, I think. No such directory. File utils make dir does all this. /data /mods /entry name. LL mods. What's in here? Nothing. Okay, so yeah, this just isn't doing anything. What the crap is happening here? Let's comment that out. Okay, let's try to run this. Maybe just do that. Let's just try to run this locally and see what happens. bin/dev. Hey, another Prime sub. Thank you, Mr. Monopoly Johnson. You can't give him a warning for Prime subbing. You've gone mad with power. This is why you can't have nice things. All right, let's come over here to this one. Test. So this doesn't exist, right? Mods directory doesn't exist. What if we do data /mods? So that tells us, oops, that tells us it doesn't exist. We can then come over here. We can do a new folder data. You said I couldn't give him a third warning. I skipped the third. Okay, look, my directions aren't very clear. I feel like that you should know that by now. No such file or directory data /mods. Okay, let's try this. Rails.root.join data mods. We went over this earlier, Dean. To it based. Okay. Remove dir mods directory. Minecraft demo data mods. This is unbelievably annoying. Okay. Let's see. I don't understand why it thinks this doesn't exist. No such file or directory. Demo data. Data mods doesn't exist. So maybe what we have to do is we have to check if this exists. Do this. End. Maybe that's where the error is, because there was a thing in there saying there was a bug. Make sure you do this later, whatever. Refresh. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now we're trying to open this. Path name contains nil bytes. Zip file. Okay, so I'm assuming zip : file probably takes. So what is this in? This is in zip. Ruby zip gem. Official Ruby zip repository. Okay, so we have Ruby zip. We then have to require zip. We have a folder, so maybe that's why. This needs a URL. So can we use the URL for zip file? We can. So maybe we change this to URL for this. zip file dot download. What does that do? Okay. Downloaded file from key. So that's definitely doing something. Open zip file, do zip file. Maybe that's why. What does this do? Yeah, I don't know. This is open that. I don't think this will work. This doesn't make any sense. This is just me flailing around. Okay, do we have to like, I don't know. Stream equals this and then open the stream or something? Hi, I've been watching you for a long time. I've been working with Ruby on Rails myself. I'm glad to hear that you somehow haven't gotten tired of whatever this nonsense is. Glad to see you're here. Did you miss me? Yes, I missed your incessant extortion in the Twitch stream. Let's see. File, open the stream. So what does stream look like now? Stream. Okay, it didn't like that, is what I've learned. Path name contains null byte. Is it because, oh, okay, so that's definitely doing something. But then if I zip file, oh, wait, hold on. Is this why? File. File did each do. Okay, hold on, refresh. File. So it is blowing up before it even gets there. When it does the file.open. So what is file.open? Zip file name. Okay, so what if we change it then? What if we try to do the full URL? So instead of this, we do a URL for the, or I guess like zip, what is it, zip? Mod.zip dot file name dot attachment dot file. Dude, this has changed so much since like Rails 5. What am I doing? Mod dot zip dot methods. Okay, what do we got? Attached purge later. Div storage get file path. Is that a thing I can do, or is it just not going to be happy about me wanting to do this? Oh, yeah. So we could try that. We could try this dot blob, right? Dot file path. This is your first warning. Incredibly based. That's the kind of attitude they'll get you modded around here. Just make sure Jared doesn't step out of line. Okay. We don't have this. Is there like a service dot something? Service URL? What is it expecting? I don't have a service for this. Can I do blob.url? Can I generate URL from mods.zip using this service? Okay. Have to use URL location. Path4. .service.path4. Maybe that's what we have to do. Okay. blob.service.path4. I have no idea. So in this case, it was path4 avatar.key. Okay, so in this case, it would be path4 mod.zip.key. I don't know. Okay, wait, hold on. This gives us something. Where does this take us? Okay, storage. Storage, AT, S0, this file name, which doesn't end in zip, right? So could we then take this and put it into our zip file open? Okay, zip : file dot open. And then we'll put all of this in there. And there's probably a cleaner way to do this, but nobody cares. Like this. Okay. Okay, I think that actually worked. So let's grab this, put it in here. Mod, we have the zip file. mod.zip.blob.whatever. Refresh. What did that do? Okay, well, hold on. This was trying to get something out of here. Balm Forge 121. That was different. Okay, so let's come over here to our directory. Data mods still has nothing in it, of course. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's try this actually. Entry dot extract Rails root join mods data entry name. Like that. I wonder if that's what's wrong here. And then we'll try this again. Refresh. Okay. We got the template error. That's good, because that means over here now we should have all of our stuff. So we're now extracting this from purely Ruby code. Good grief. Okay. So this now allows us to grab our latest mod, or our latest upload from the user. The user hypothetically uploads a zip file and says, these are my new mods. I want these deployed to my Minecraft server. Then we go to this endpoint. Rails then says, okay, we're in this endpoint. We need to put the zip file into the mods directory. We need to purge the mods directory. Then we need to put the zip file, unzip its contents, and put them into that mods directory. Okay, so let's do this. We're not using the zip file anymore. We could also probably clean this up as well. Do zip blob path, right? And we can do zip blob path equals this. Okay. We can clean up the rest of this once we get through all of this. This is probably good to just wipe out for right now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep this just in case we need to write that flag file in there. Okay. So now let's try to deploy this and see. Kamal deploy. So that should push up these changes, and then we should be good to go to the test directory and then hopefully get a different error when we go in there. So I'm going to SSH into our application. And we need to cd into wherever this is. Right here. Our libs volume cd. Okay, so let's do this. /data/_data. I'm just going to come all the way in here. Okay. rm-rf mods. There we go. Mods directory is gone. So when we try to run this, it should say, okay, the directory doesn't exist. So we can skip this. We'll make the directory. We'll grab the latest zip, create or grab the blob path for it, unzip it, and then put each file in there. Realistically, at the end here, we should probably like redirect to the root path, but I don't want to do that here as long as we're testing. I'm fine with getting an error as long as it's not like an actual error. If it's just an error telling me I don't have a format, I'm totally okay with that. And then we just have to figure out a way to restart the Minecraft server after we do this. Because we could start it right now, but that's not the same thing as starting it from the Rails app. And I really don't like that we have to come in here and do the Kamal accessory setup each time we do the Minecraft server. Like, it's still one command, but that's one command that the user shouldn't be running. All of this stuff should just be automated. Okay, let me see. Let me come over here. Let me just check. Okay. Oh, another new notification, of course. Okay. So, this is running. Let's come over here to this location. Let me make sure I think this is the latest mod pack because I think we're sorting it in the wrong order, which is fine. But in theory, when we go over to the download latest, we should get this 4-pack of mods, right? So that was like 13 kilobytes, I think. So let's come over here and let's copy this, open up a new tab, go to download latest mod, I think. Is that what we called it? Okay. That gets us our mods directory. I'm going to delete this one. And then I'm going to, so that allows this to just be mods.zip. And then let's save this. It says mods.zip already exists. That's fine. Come over here. It's the downside of naming it all mods.zip. Although at this point, I don't know if we still need to do that. So this is 13 kilobytes. So I think this is fine. So we have that. This is also failing to delete, of course. Okay. We have to wait for the Docker container to come back healthy, which it just did. Now let's check real quick. We don't have a mods folder. So let's refresh this test endpoint. We still don't have a mods folder. So Kamal app logs. Okay, test stuff. Permission denied /rails/data. So yeah, I think if we're in production, this has to be a different command. I think in production, we need to say, instead of Rails root join, it just has to be /data/mods. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll say mods directory equals this. Doesn't really matter. If Rails environment development, we want to do this. Else, we want to set this to be just, I guess, /data/mods is how we had it. And like that. And we could also reformat this if we want to, but I think this is fine for now. Okay, we got that. And now let's do another Kamal redeploy. I think we can do that without anything else. I'm not sure. I think that'll still push up our changes, but we'll see. And then this should work down here because that all should, oh wait, this one might be different. Hold on. Yeah, this gets us the service path for the zip. That's fine, but then we want to put this not in here. We don't want to do it like this. We want to do it in the, okay, we want to do this in the mods directory, right? So instead of doing Rails root join, this, we also have to do it down here. Again, not the cleanest, but that's fine. Rails.env.development. Oops, development. Question mark. If it's in development, we want to do this. Else, we want to go to the mods directory. So entry.extract to mods directory /that. Like this. And then I think for this one, we can even change this one to be mods directory /entry name. Which means we can get rid of this, right? We should be good to just do it like this. And that's why we just write it the messy way first, because then it ends up simplifying itself and we don't have to think. Okay, let me Alt-Shift- cd2/code Minecraft demo. And then we can do a bin/dev over here and just make sure this is still giving us a template error, which it is. We come over here and make sure this is just upset about the template error. Missing a template. It looks like it is. Okay. So I think we're good there. I'm going to go ahead and stop this. Kamal lock release. Kamal redeploy. Or I guess Kamal deploy, just to be safe. Okay. So now, in theory, we push to this endpoint, or we push this up. We come to the endpoint over here. Over here. We run this. It comes through here. It says mods directory is empty. If we're in production, it's going to be /data/mods, which is our mounted volume. So we go to our volume. We then check if the directory exists. If it does, we then want to remove the directory. Then we make it again, because we're really just making the mods directory here. I think we're not making the data as well, which is good. And then we can mod.join zip attachments order by created at DESC. We grab the first one from that, which gives us our newest zip file. We get the service directory for that. We unzip it. We go through each file. We extract the file to the mods directory, which in this case would be /data/mods. And we put the entry name in there. So if I come over here, we should still not have a mods directory, which we don't. And if I come over here, I can actually just rm-rf data/mods. I'm going to get rid of the mods directory. I'll do a bin/dev, and we're just going to see if the mods directory comes back. So over here, we have data with nothing in it. I'm going to refresh the local endpoint. Okay, that gives us our jar files. So we're now extracting it into the mod. We're creating the mods folder, extracting it into here. So assuming my logic is correct on the production side, we should have the same behavior as a way of like hitting an endpoint and just doing some stuff on the server that handles all of this. Which again is the ultimate goal. We put a button on the dashboard and we say, make my Minecraft server run, and then Rails does the rest of it. Or at least Rails plus the server do the rest of it. But ideally, everything is deployed and everything is just set up for them so that they don't have to do any of this back-end stuff. Which I think it's already pretty good, the fact that we have this Docker file that we can, or the Kamal file that we can just kind of configure, right? If we come into config and the deploy.yaml, the fact that we can just come in here and change the strings for the versions, like this is nuts to me. It's not something I would expect to just work out of the box like that. I thought we were going to have to like find a way to pull the forge files as like a zip or whatever, and then go from there, which is why I tried to do like the CurseForge API, but I guess all of the stuff just works out of the box with the container. So I'm assuming they have like a ton of different containers, and it's probably like either a ton of different containers, or maybe it just includes all of them. I don't know. I don't know how this works. Okay. Unless this is the stuff that was hosted by the Creeper endpoint, because there was like a Creeper domain name in there, so maybe that's where this is coming from. They just pull it from a server somewhere. Okay. Container's healthy. We're good there. Let's come over here. Try this again. Refresh. We get a different error. That's good. It's not the same one as last time. We can LL. We have a mods directory. CD into mods. We have a mods directory with the mods inside of them. All of that's happening through an endpoint. So now the only hurdle left, aside from all of the other hurdles, is we have to find some way for the Rails app to restart this Kamal accessory. So that's one that I don't know how to set up yet. If we can get the accessory like stopped or like recreated or something, either we recreate it, or if we can find a way for Rails to set this up itself, then we're golden. This is like the final hurdle, is just reset this, which we can do on the server. We can have something on the server that's constantly checking. And then when we run this like, for example, creates a file. Like in this case, we had the test file that was creating, right? Like test.txt. So up here in our data, for example, we had like a file here. Let's say it's the run.sh. So we have something on the server that's constantly checking. It comes into data. It sees run.sh and says, okay, I need to restart because I see this file. So it removes the file or whatever, and then it does the restart logic, or it just stops the Minecraft server and starts it again. Like runs a service restart or whatever. So that's one option, is just the server does that itself. The other option is somehow Rails does that so that we don't have to do this. But that's a little bit weird because it's running in a container. So I think we have to find some way to run a command out of the container, which I don't know how to do, because that's always just seemed like a very bad idea. Okay. Docker run commands on host device. Execute host commands from within a Docker container. Well, this is from 2015, so I'm not even going to bother. Is there a newer one? Execute script by host after starting. Executing a host command from inside of a container. Use SSH. This is always, there's always that guy. There's always that guy that's so helpful. Service on the host to manage this type of stuff, which the containers could access in some way. Type of interface by sharing a volume between host and container and having a service on the host watching. Okay, so this is the same thing. Okay. Privileged containers should be avoided. If I recall correctly, you can use cgexec to accomplish this. It goes against the spirit of containers, except for some edge cases. I found what is expected. Okay. Use the host shell to pull some endpoint in the container instead. Containers are designed to deny access to the host. Okay. I would have preferred to just do this the insecure way, but okay. It's totally fine. Let's see. Okay. We can do like a cron schedule with, okay. Linux run script on cron schedule. Set up a cron job, do the thing. Okay. This is not okay for a script which is set as a cron job. I had set a cron job. The main problem is that at the scheduled time there's an error. Contents of my whatever are this. Okay. You should give the full path permissions. For example, your script should look like this. Okay, so if we realistically, we just have to have a way to start and stop the server, right? Or to restart the server, I guess. So this, okay, if this runs, is there a way to stop the container? I guess it depends on what Kamal is maybe naming it. Let's do a docker ps real quick. Okay. Let's see, docker ps. This gives us this, and then we have. Oh, we don't. Okay, Kamal accessory. I want to Kamal accessory start MC. Oh, it doesn't exist. Okay, so back to the same problem of how do we start the Kamal accessory, or how do we like recreate it? Removes it, reboots it, executes a command, shows details, boots new accessory. Okay, hold on. Kamal accessory boot MC. Okay, that works. So that starts up the server. And we can check that by coming over to Minecraft. And then once this is up and running, we should at least see a ping. Okay. Now, again, like the most obvious solution is just make a button that does an SSH into the server itself and then just runs restart command. But if this starts it and then we come over here and we docker ps it, is there a way to start it with a specific tag? Let's see. We have roles. Can we give it a tag? Refresh. Kamal accessory logs MC. Is this starting? Yeah. So this is still starting. Okay, so that's why we're not seeing anything. Okay. I wonder if we can either tag it or like label it or something. So back to the Kamal docs, I guess. For the 500th time, we go back to the place that explains absolutely nothing. Tag. Oh, nope, that's for staging. They're all for staging. Okay. Name. Name. Oh, that's for Bitwarden. Username. 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 Kamal container name. Is contains, okay, the following environment variables are set when your container runs. Is there a way to set this? Can I override this and just, like, I understand that from a management perspective, that's not great, but I don't really care about what managing it looks like. My label 50. You can specialize the default Traefik rules by setting labels on the containers that are being started. Traefik rules are in the service name. Backticks are needed to ensure the rule is passed. As long as you run multiple applications on the same server using the same Traefik instance. The labels can also be applied on a per rule basis. Okay. Full list of available routing rules. You can use a shell expansion to interpolate values from the host machine. Anything with the curly braces will be executed on the host machine, and the result will be interpolated into the label. Okay. Container options. Setting a minimum version, configure logging. Use a different Docker file. Don't need that. Using multi-stage builder cache. Nope. Using cron. You can use a specific container to run your cron jobs. Okay, that's interesting. This is also something to probably take a look at. Let's see. Custom health check doesn't matter. Zero downtime doesn't matter. Rolling deployments. Using custom SSH connection management. By default, Kamal will hit its concurrent connection at 30. Okay. Commands. Okay, well, that's not helpful either. Yeah, so we need some way to set the name on this. Or set like the container ID or something. Either set it or get it and then store it in Rails somehow. Is there a way to control one Docker container from another? Run the controlling container with the Docker client socket mounted, and you'll be able to control the Docker daemon from within your containers. Do note root access is required to the Docker socket. This means the container is able to control the Docker daemon and launch a container to get root on the host. Trust and only you need to access. Okay, so this isn't what we want to do then. That's a little bit sketchy. Okay. Yeah, I was assuming like if I have both of them on the same network, the Docker network connect, this command allows you to connect a running container to a Docker network. Okay, once a container is connected to a network, use the Docker inspect command to view the container's IP address. Then use this IP address to connect to the container from another container within your host machine. Okay, so yeah, if we let the Rails app connect to the okay, if we let the Rails app connect to the Minecraft container, and then we just told it to restart from in there, basically. That would be one way to do this. Is it possible to start a stopped container from another? It is possible to grant a container access to Docker so it can spawn other containers. Yeah, I mean, obviously security implications. Okay, so that's one option. I don't think we're going to go that route. The other option is the cron task, right? So we would have to, if we look over here, there was that section on cron, using a cron. You can use a specific container to run your cron jobs. Servers, cron, hosts. Okay. So would this then run? How would this work? There's got to be a way. So if you were to set this to run the cron job, no, that wouldn't work. I need some way to like have this set up by Kamal, I guess. I need Kamal to go in and say, I have a scheduled task that needs to run. Because again, the whole point is no configuration from the user. It just starts up and works. Let's try this. Kamal run cron schedule. Long running cron tasks. Oh, good. It's open. Best current way to work with cron, as documented here, has some downsides for me. Recently went through recent work with a separate environment file. Okay. Cron is a native thing. So let's say we would add an option for a role to define a cron file. Seems reasonable. Now on deploy, Kamal can create /etc/cron_d some app role file in the host. Kamal will reach. Now as a result, the host system will nicely schedule cron. Nothing is starting twice. Is this just... Okay, so this functionality is on the it would be nice to have list. It's not on the we have it list. Okay, so what else can we do then? We need some way to like execute this. Retroactively maybe, or something. It all kind of just comes back to just have the Rails app SSH in 5-head. But I don't want to do that. So it's either that or we give it host permissions, or we find some other way to make this deploy with this. Or what most likely will happen, we move away from Kamal. Okay, let's see. We don't need custom SSH management. What we need is like, we need Kamal to take a script file, like the one we have in scripts, this update.sh. We need it to take this and just throw this onto the server somehow. Well, okay, hold on. There's two steps. We needed to throw it on the server, and then we need a way to run it. So we need to like deploy a service to the server. This feels like a very sketchy setup. Docker. It's not really a see, the problem is it's a Kamal problem, but there's so little documentation about it. Kamal Rails cron schedule. Maybe someone's hacked something together for this. Scheduling cron. Okay, hold on. Third post and the migrating. Today I'm going to show you how I've set up cron with Kamal. Click here to read the second post in the series. Okay. Needed a way to run periodic tasks on Kamal to replace Doku, whatever's scheduled cron tasks. Seemed a way to go. According to this pull request on the Kamal repo, which is closed. Example on how to set up cron. Are you running your cron container as root? Because there seemed to be some massage required to make this command work. Ended up running as root. You can check up on my blog post. It's going to take me back to here. Okay, so it sounds like this person ran through the exact same thing that I'm running into. Okay. But making it work turned out to not be so simple. The idea is to have a new container on the worker server responsible for scheduling jobs defined on a cron tab file. Okay. First thing is to create this cron tab file defining the task to be scheduled by cron. I've put this file in config/app.crontab, which just runs some arbitrary thing. I'm passing the command that I want to run, make whenever, in this case, to a bin/cron executor sh. I'm going to paste this in chat in case anyone else wants to read along. It's entirely up to you guys. Again, boring stuff, but unfortunately part of the job description. Okay. So this is our thing that's running. The shell script is responsible for doing a few things before running the desired command. Adds user local bin to path so Ruby and bundle can be loaded. That really doesn't matter to me necessarily. Enters the directory of the application, prints the command that is about to be executed, executes the command. Okay. Setting up the Docker file. Next, sure, installs cron and applies the job. Yeah, so they're installing this in the container, which isn't what we want, right? Sets up a non-root user for security reasons, but I couldn't get cron working on a non-root user. That's why I ended up using user root. Please let me know if you managed to get this working. Okay, so they just switched this to root. Passing environment variables to cron. Cron reads environment variables from /etc environment, so we need to set them there by adding one line to the entry point. Then define a new server. On Kamal's deploy.yaml with the same IP as the worker. So we have the worker host, we get the Kamal worker IP. Okay. Bash -c. Set is the command to run on the container. It'll make cron run. It'll make cron to run on the foreground and set the logging verbosity. Running cron on Docker. Yeah, so I'm not trying to run it on Docker. I'm trying to run it off Docker, which is like the most backwards thing imaginable. Okay. Do you guys have a way to run cron on the host machine? Does anyone know how to do this? Okay. Well, let's think. Assuming this doesn't work, is there another way to set this up? Because you got to get the file in there. I guess if you're already doing... If you already have Kamal installed, you could probably do some kind of deploy script, right? Okay. So you do Kamal setup or whatever. Maybe you have create another script, deploy.sh or setup.sh, I guess. So what we do here, we start by saying, do the Kamal setup, right? Run Kamal setup. Then we have to come in here and do move or push cron job to the server. To the same server defined in the Kamal file. Something like that, right? We push that up, and then we need to have we need this to run the cron job. Run the cron job on the server or something. It's also potentially going to be like a service or some kind of thing. We just have to put something on the server and start it and make sure it runs forever. So that's one option. The other option is you get rid of Kamal and you just put the Rails app on the server, which would solve so many of these problems. But that would also introduce a whole other host of problems. We look at Doku, whatever. Look for like cron, scheduled cron task. Okay. Manage cron. Scheduled Doku run commands via its app.json code integration. Yeah, I don't think this is what I'm looking for either. I think, unfortunately, it's got to be something like this, where I say we start by Kamal setuping, then come over here and we like, I don't know, put the file on there, copy file via SSH or something, put it on there, SCP. So we need like a cron folder. We could probably just put that in the scripts, right? Or like in wherever, I don't know, resources. It's going to be a mess in here before we get this figured out. Okay, so we have the cron. We then come in here. We create a new file. Call this like, I don't know, repeater.sh or something. Repeatedly check the mods directory for new mods. And then, well, okay, but if we're doing it like, hold on. If I'm doing it like this, is it possible to just have like a listener on the server? You ping the server, and then when you ping the server, the listener then says, let me just restart the thing. So if I'm already this far, I might as well not even do like a polling solution, I guess, right? Because like checking, that just sounds cringe. Checking for like, I guess checking for the file, for the restart server flag.txt file or something. As opposed to that, is there a way to like make a very basic Linux listen for pings on port and run command if you hear it file? I don't know. Let's see. This might be something I have to sleep on. I don't know. 'Cause there's got to be a way to make this work. We're so close. At this point, like you literally just upload a zip file and then you have to manually restart the Minecraft server. There's got to be a way to just have that Kamal restart step in the Rails app somehow without the major security concern. Now, the obvious solution there is just like SSH in from the Rails app. I just don't know all the security implications that come with that. I can't imagine it's great to have your Docker container SSHing into its own app. Probably don't want to do that. Okay, let's come into the deploy. Let's see if there's anything in here that like stands out to me as a way to make this work. Unless we really try like the Docker network stuff and then we see if that allows it. But even there, it feels wrong to have the container step outside of its bounds. Okay, let's see. Let's come over here. We needed like a small server. Okay. I need a soundboard. Is there a way for a Linux server to listen for pings and run a script if the endpoint is hit? Is there a way to just throw a file on there or something that can do this? I don't need it to be a ping command. It's just turn a phrase. It's turn a phrase, ChatGPT. Simple HTTP server. I don't want this. I'm not using Rails for this. I understand, but it's in a container. It's in a container. I get it. I get it. Stop. This is happening outside the Rails Docker container on the host server. Where's my stop generating button? There we go. You're just wasting GPU time. Okay, let's see if it comes back with something better this time. Okay, again, it doesn't have to be a ping. I should have changed that word too. Outside the Rails and the host container, one approach could be setting up a small web server that listens. Okay, so is there a way to deploy a small web server without things going boom? Okay, create a listener script that uses NC to listen on the specific port. When it receives a connection, can trigger another script. Okay, so it listens for this and then it triggers this script. That's fine. Be sure to replace trigger script with the path to your actual script. Create the trigger script. Okay. Let's try this. SSH root at this place. Touch listener.sh. Oh, whoops. What am I doing? Okay. There we go. Make sure to replace trigger script with whatever. We'll do the same thing, right? Vim trigger script.sh. Put the same thing in here. Like that. Make the scripts executable. Sure. Run your listener. /listener. Okay. That's obviously not great. Test your script. Okay, so I would want this to run from the Rails app then, I guess. But I'll try it from here and see. Okay, well, this is also just complete noise. Complete gibberish. Usage, NC, invalid option, C. Okay. Open up the listener. -C is invalid. Okay. What is this? Netcat. Project goals. Netcat C flag. Netcat commands. Listen mode, listen harder. UDP, local mode, program. Program to execute after a connection has been established. Maybe that. Maybe we switch it to E instead of C. Yeah, because I was complaining about this. So let's switch it. Let's switch it to here, like that. Okay, what's your problem? Invalid option E. Interval, source address, timeout. Okay, so there's got to be something I'm doing wrong here. Netcat run script shell script listener. Okay, on the server. On the client, do this. Does not support -E or -exec. Uninstalled it and then installed a traditional Netcat server. Okay, but that's not what I'm looking for. Let's open this up again. Vim listener. So we want this while read -P. So you save the script, make it executable, and run it as files. On the server, run it like this. Okay. So what if we do this? Instead of running it like this, we run it like this, right? We can do this. Okay, so that's now running. That's fine. And can I do it like this? On the server, run nc-l -p4444-k-sh-exec. Do I do the listener? No. Okay. Wait, hold on. If I come back to here, I look at the error, or what this person was saying. OpenBSD netcat. So we need the OpenBSD netcat run script or something. Run command. Run command. Okay. So instead of the listener, let me come in here and let me rm-rf the trigger script, right? Cat trigger script, rm trigger script. Grab this. Vim the listener. Listen like this, and then, oops, what am I doing? Something like this. I don't know. Let's just see what this does. Listener. And then this is listening on port 8080. So I need the IP here, which we can get by disconnecting and doing this. I do it like this. Of course not. Okay, how do I set this up? This isn't true because it thinks I'm on the wrong thing. I can curl it, I guess. Curl http:// IP port 8080. Oops, I don't want to vim this. I want to run this.
Okay. That did something. Right? And then if I run it like this, nothing happens. But if I run it like this happens. So if there's a way to put this file on the server and then run it, maybe you wouldn't run it as its own service, but you'd have to run it somehow. But if we can find a way to run it, we can then have this file do the management we need it to. So you do have to put some kind of payload on the server, I think. So if we could have Kamal set this up, push this up, do something, then we're good. Rails Kamal put file on server. I don't know. Oh wait, couldn't we? How do the commands work? Rebooting Trafic. Check the GitHub status of the build. Waiting for pending build. Okay. Assuming these run in the container, right? Post deploy. These environment variables are available. Kamal performer deployed Kamal version to Kamal destination in Kamal runtime. Okay, let's come over to the Kamal docs. Hooks. You can run custom scripts at specific points within hooks. Hooks should be stored in the Kamal hooks folder. Running Kamal init will build that folder and add some sample scripts. You can change the location by setting hooks path in the configuration file. If the script returns a non-zero exit code, the command will be aborted. Okay. There are 4 hooks: pre-connect, pre-build, pre-deploy, post-deploy. Run after a deploy, redeploy, or callback. This hook is also passed a Kamal runtime variable. This could be used to broadcast a deployment message or register the new version with an APM. The command could look something like this. Okay. Is it possible to use this to deploy a file? So post deploy, right? And then run this somehow. So we do like echo the post deployer. Hook is running, right? And then we want to put the script in there. So we want to make the listener.sh script on the server. I don't know if this will work. Okay. Move it there. Move the script. Move the script to the server. Right? Yeah, it listens. It kind of does, but it actually listens for like a restart. Listens for the Minecraft server restart command or something. I don't know. Okay, so the script contents are going to be here. We need to figure out how to do this. So we need like a, what is it, a CP copy or something? Securely copy files. There it is. SCP user at host 1, source file or directory to host 2. Okay. Remote user at remote user. Something like that. So could we come in here to the scripts for the cron? Let's get rid of the cron because we're not really using this anymore because now we have a better way to do this, right? So come into scripts. We have the new file, listener.sh. And then we'll grab this. Or not this. We'll cat the listener, right? We'll copy this. Like that. We want to put this on here and run it somehow. If we can do that, we can do anything. Okay. So, SCP I'm doing a coffee break. What are you doing? I don't think you want to know what I'm up to, because if you thought regular Kamal was bad, this is somehow even worse. Yeah, my sister's here to extort me again. Okay, so basically where we're at, as far as I understand it, the Rails app lets you upload the zip file. The zip file can contain however many Forge mode mods for Minecraft or whatever game you're playing. In this case, it's Forge mode mods for Minecraft. You then go to this endpoint. This endpoint fires off this code, which is kind of thrown together, but effectively grabs the latest zip file, unzips it, and puts those mods into the mod directory that's shared with the container running the Minecraft Forge mode. So now the Forge mode container has the mods. If you were to restart that Forge mode container, it would run with the new mods, everything would work. But there's no way to restart that container from the Rails app because the Rails app is in its own container. Are you trying to host a modded Minecraft server using Kamal? I will say I have connected to it. So it is, that part is working. What I'm trying to do now is manage a modded Minecraft server using Kamal, which is a little bit harder. But I found out that there's a post deploy script that I somehow need to run, and I'm trying to have this copy over a netcat file, which can then listen for a ping or a curl, and then I could have the Rails app curl that endpoint, and then that would run its own script, which would then it would then run the restart. I don't know. I'm so far down the rabbit hole, I have no idea. There's obviously issues with this. But if I can get this to work, then I could, in theory, just have this run its own listener. Because the problem I'm running into is like running a file on the system is something that you can't just do with Kamal for some reason. So that's where I'm trying to use these hooks to see if there's a way to like run a file. And then if I can run a file, I can like set up a service. If I can set up a service, I can have something just listen for changes or whatever, or check for a flag file or something. So right now, this is obviously not ideal because like if I have a server up and running and I have an endpoint you can ping to restart the server, there's all sorts of problems that's going to cause, right? Like you're just going to have some dude on the internet going as he's like restarting your server. Yeah, I should stay working instead of doing a coffee break. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I get bored sometimes. But we'll try this. We'll see how this works. So we need to grab this, right? Yeah, okay. Oh geez, what is happening here? Okay, hold on. So we need to grab this, and we want to put this somewhere on the host. Kamal hosts. Okay. I don't know what any of this stuff does, and I don't know how to run one of these. And the docs, as you can imagine, are not great. Set skip hooks to avoid running the hooks. So is this going to run at some point? What if I do this? If I just spam the console and then we do like a deploy thing and we see if that does something. Okay. But let's see where this is going. So it's grabbing script/listener and it's trying to put it into home, whatever, right? I'm going to actually comment this out, copy it, paste it. Because I would rather this just tries to put it like here. Okay, and then we'll SSH in real quick. RM, the listener. I always want to type -rf. I don't know why. Okay, so that's gone. And now let's try this. Kamal deploy. Actually, let's do a Kamal and let's see if it tells us if it runs the hooks. Okay, deploy. Deploys the app to the server. Redeploy. Okay, hold on. It's doing that thing again. Redeploy. Deploy app to server without bootstrapping server, starting traffic, pruning, and registering whatever. Okay, so let's try a Kamal deploy. If it spams the console, we know that it's running that deploy script. Because I haven't personally seen the hook running, but I also don't check because everything's in this ugly red text and I just kind of zone out when I'm staring at it. But ideally, there's a way to do this without having to like pop into the gem file and creating my own stuff. Although I am getting like dangerously close to saying, screw it, we'll fork Kamal and we'll make it do what we need it to. Okay. Strict host key checking. User known host file. Log level error. You lost it if you think forking Kamal is a good idea. No. We've made it this far. Surely we can make this work. There's got to be a way to abuse this tool to the point of just absurdity. I want to be the guy who makes the video that says, I made Kamal deploy Rails apps, or I made Kamal deploy Minecraft apps. Running modded Minecraft on Kamal. Just imagine the look on DHH's face when he sees what his tool is being used for. Like, well, that just isn't what I intended. We will break him. You're going to be the guy in a madhouse saying you made Kamal. Trust me, guys, it worked. It worked on my machine. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but we've had this work like a solid 40, 50 times in a row today without it breaking. I think I might have finally broken Kamal, or I've broken myself. I don't know. I've lost the plot at this point. But it is a really cool concept because you can actually upload these. Kamal worked all day. Well, no. It hasn't broken yet. We'll see. See, it's gotten past that stage. It's doing something. It be running. Please. Container is healthy. Okay. Just print these things. Just put these things right here. I'll take an error. Just give me something that says you did the thing in this file. Okay, that was not what I was hoping for. So how do I run a hook? Run custom scripts at specific points with hooks. Change the location. Environment variables. There's 4 different hooks. Command could look something like this. To a pre-configured chatbot in Basecamp. Okay. Set skip hooks to avoid running the hooks. Is that what's happening? Maybe it's set to skip out of the box. I'm not seeing anything. How do I define a hook? I don't understand your workflow. I don't understand this workflow. This is the dev server. This is the Kamal window. And this is where I go when I'm in severe depression because nothing's working. Where is it? Kamal run hooks. I don't. Again, you would think that this documentation page would have something here. So you're done. Install it. Hooks. Kamal lets us extend it. Okay. Please, Joseph. Please. Hooks. Deployment hooks. Kamal lets us extend the default deployment hook with the following hooks. The unfortunate thing is that we need a one-time hook running on the server after Docker is installed. Closest thing is to use the pre-deploy hook, but we can also do these manual steps after Kamal installs Docker on the servers. Okay. I'm about to throw my coffee into the toilet and say it ended it. Okay, but I don't want to SSH into there. I understand these hooks exist, but how do we run them? Okay. Surely someone got a hook to run at some point, right? Like they mentioned them. I'm probably just doing it wrong. Okay, well, this is still using Mersk, so this is probably a little bit dated. Kamal's command reference. Hooks. Following command options will work for all of the commands above. Okay, I didn't see anything in the terminal though. There was no error, which is shocking. You can SSH in and do an LL, but I'm not going to see a listener file. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Acquiring the file. Does all that. Runs it. Does the command. And then a bunch of red text happens. After the deploy. Okay. All Rails hooks. There's got to be an example. No, don't show me my own video. Does anyone have? Okay. Skip hooks? No skip hooks. So do I have to run Kamal? No skip hooks? Okay, hold on. Let's clear this, run this again. H, skip hooks. Default is false. Okay, wait. Is the default to don't run hooks, or is the default don't run hooks false, which means do run hooks? Okay, Kamal. Don't. How do I? Dash H, true? Does that change it? How do you do this? Kamal deploy. Wait, hold on. Kamal deploy dash H. Does that cause it to run with the hooks? Or does that cause it to not run with them? I guess we can run it the other way after this and see if passing the true flag causes it to work. Is it because the files are the wrong? Maybe they shouldn't be .sample. Maybe that's why. Okay, wait. What if I do post deploy.sh and then I run Kamal deploy? Maybe that's why. Maybe the .sample is what was stopping them from running. Maybe it just auto runs it there. But I still don't know why the default is don't run hooks false, as opposed to like run hooks true. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, I guess. Okay. Okay. And then we want to SSH in, because I don't think this will matter. We're looking for a listener file or for an error over here. I'll take either one at this point. Yeah, pretty clear implementation on Kamal's API. Yeah, that's yeah, it could be better. There's room for improvement. Say good night sincerely. Good night sincerely. Best part is it's 10 o'clock. Everyone knows you're not going to sleep right now. It's so bad. Yeah. You get what you paid for. Coming for me after stream. I'm being threatened. Okay. Just print Print this. Make this happen. Please. This will be the happiest you'll ever see me to see an error if this works. Goodbye, this is your last stream ever. Oh god. $10 if you go and turn off his computer. No. Make good choices. Is this how the stream ends? Through a bribe in Twitch chat? This is ridiculous. It's for your good. No, 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 no. I can stop anytime I want to. Make good choices. Door just blasts open. Okay. Please. Assuming if this works, it would have to run at the end here, right? Like after all of this is done, then it considers it deployed. Okay. That still didn't do anything. This was with a SH script, right? True? Do I have to set it? Wait a minute. What if I do this? Kamal lock release, right? We have the pre-everything, right? Pre-connect. Pre-connect.rb. That one's got to be an RB file. This one looks like it can... This one looks like a bash file, right? So what if we come into the pre-connect? See what this is doing. So let's say puts... yeah, whatever. This. Right? Same deal. We'll try to run this by just spamming it a bunch of times and see if this causes anything to happen by running this. Because then we don't have to do the entire step. We can just check right here. This is a pre-connect. Oh, but is that pre-connect post-build? Ugh. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wall lock release. Okay, let's come over here. We need pre-build. Pre-build. Is this a SH file? Echo. Pre-builder hook. We're going to try a bunch of these until one of these shows up in the console. Okay, let's try this. Deploy true. Okay, pre-build. This is definitely building. I would make the argument this is a build step right here. So let's stop this now. Do another lock release. Then we'll do a deploy. We pass false in instead because it's like a double negative. No. Okay, dude, this is so confusing. I don't know why this is phrased like this. Oh, wait, hold on. -D destination equals destination. -H. Maybe we have to do this. -- no skip hooks. Maybe that's what we're doing wrong. I say we, but maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Kamal deploy -- no skip hooks. No skip hooks right here. Okay, that did not change anything. don't run hooks. Specify destination to be used for the config file. Don't run hooks. I feel like I'm losing it. Default is false. So default is don't run hooks. Is there a way to toggle that in the config somewhere that I'm missing? Or do you just always have to run the commands like that? Run commands only on primary host instead of all. Hosts is hosts, roles is roles. I don't get this. Is there anything in this file when this is running that looks like it's running those commands? I mean, it's all Docker stuff right now, right? So there shouldn't be anything else in here. Maybe I need to like phone an expert. Anyone know a guy for Kamal stuff? Anyone a Kamal developer? Any Kamal developers in chat? Oh, what a pity. I ran out of coffee. Yuck, 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 yuck. What a shame. Yeah, I guess you'll have to just go save yourself. Back to being away from Kamal. I mean, back to work. I hope your coffee break wasn't too terrible seeing the infamous red text appear. Definitely don't throw it out the window. Oh, jeez. I don't understand how to... Maybe... Well, I swear, if deploy doesn't run the hooks, I'm going to be a little bit upset. Out of red screens. Yep, see you later. Thanks for stopping by again. Container with version using a 7S readiness or reboot if already running. Okay, so that's not it. Maybe it's the setup. Let's go look at the installation because this is where they tell us what setup does. Is there any mention of hooks on here? There's not. I mean, they've got to be running them somewhere, right? Like there's... Okay, let's try Kamal setup. I really don't want to do this, but we have a couple different files here. We have the, oh, this one needs to be build.sh, not SSH. That was a double typo there. Kamal setup, and then we want to do the -- no skip hooks, right? Like that. Okay, let's see. Docker exit status 125. Conflict the contain. Oh, okay. Kamal accessory. What is it? Remove MC. So that gets rid of the Minecraft server. Yes. And then we'll try this again. Eventually this has to work. Okay. And we can do setup with no skip hooks. Okay, so checks if Docker's installed. Docker's already installed, so then we can go ahead and run the run command for the Minecraft server because that's the accessory that the main server depends on. So we get that up and running, which should hopefully not be too long, right? Like that should be the faster of the two processes. And then once that's up and running, we'll see it here under the IP because the other one's not working. Then I have to come over here and make sure that if we see it running these print commands, we see them somewhere. But I'm not seeing any of the pre-deploy stuff. So there's got to be a way to do these hooks somehow. Hooks should be stored in .kamal/hooks, which they are. Running Kamal init will build that folder and add some sample scripts. You can change their location by setting hooks path in the configuration file. Sample Kamal config file. Maybe that's what's wrong. Wonder if that's something in like the default comments. CD code streams. Wait, CD out of here. We'll CD into Rails. We can CD into the test 8. We can do a Kamal init. And then we can cat the config/deploy.yaml. Just go ahead and copy this over. Like that. Okay, and then we can close this. Okay, is there a mention of a hook in here? There's not. Okay, so I'm not missing something because I didn't include the comments or whatever. It is not mentioned in here. Okay. Okay, you can, if the script returns a non-exit code, the command will be aborted. So maybe, do we have to return something? Or like spit out an exit code? I just thought when it said like the command will be aborted that it would at least yell at me and say, you know, hey dummy, you didn't do that right. Bash, I'll post a line like the following. Set skip hooks. And this makes it sound like I have to explicitly set skip hooks and not that I have to tell it to run hooks, which sounds like the opposite of the default false of the skip hooks or the don't skip hooks. Dude, this is why double negatives are the worst. Okay, so this one is using, this could also, but again, like if this is the wrong file ending because it's trying to run a sh or bash script, like it would at least tell me something, surely. But I can't find anything online about this stuff either. Production.yaml. Sample, okay, wait. Kamal Rails hooks. I'm going to put it in quotes. I'm going to try and force it to give me some kind of information. Oh, wait. Hooks. Let's create a bunch of files and some hooks. Yeah, so like everyone seems to just gloss over the hooks step. Okay. Test Kamal. Please tell me someone must have gotten this working. Okay, hook. Is there any, nothing in here? Okay. All Ruby and Rails mersk /hooks config /deploy. All puts start. Dude, there's. I'm not seeing it. Is this? Maybe this is trying to run it, and because it won't work, it's like not timing out or something. Okay, let's try this. Turn exit code. What was it? I think it said if it doesn't return 0. If the script returns a non-zero exit code, the command above will be aborted. Okay, so this just didn't do anything, right? So we can do this. Exit code 0 to prevent Kamal from not running the command, I guess. Okay, is it gonna work? Hold on. Kamal lock release. And then let's try to deploy, because again, the setup command doesn't mention that we need to do any of this other stuff. Is the server down? Did I break it? Did it finally give up? Oh, it looks like Kamal gave up. It's going home. Okay, pre-connect could be this one. But then it would probably be printing something, right? Let's put this back to sample. Let's put the pre-build back to sample. And let's leave the post deploy. Stop this. Do it again. Okay, yeah, something's broke it. PS aux grep Kamal. I don't know. Something running here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's do this. Stop the server. Close this. Close this. Let's try to restart. Close the terminal. Open up the terminal again. Maybe I don't know, something stuck. Kamal lock release. Kamal on. Oh wait, hold on. Why is it trying to run this? That doesn't make sense. Pairing the deploy with Kamal be like. Oh wait, right here. This is why. It didn't get rid of everything. Okay, so we can stop this. Kamal deploy. Right? Okay. Kamal lock release. Okay. Kamal deploy. Let's see. Wait. Kamal hooks. Oh, that's uncommitted. Actual footage of me trying to get this to work. Trust me, it just works. You just have to set up a 30-hour build worth of a machine. Okay. This is now returning an exit code 0, which should, you cut it on the best part, the actual deploy part. Is that the part where the whole thing just blows up because they didn't set it up properly? TNT duplicator goes boom. All right. Lord knows we got nothing else to do here. Sometimes it feels like people just are playing the game in a different way than I am. Yeah. No, you're right. That is the deploy step right now. I can't help it though. You always come in when we're at the fun part. Trust me, Kamal wasn't the problem for a while there. Which could just be because I was pushing it off to the side because I knew it wouldn't work. But we don't have to talk about that. This has to run. Like this. I refuse to believe that this wasn't working because we didn't have the exit code 0 in here. But maybe that's why. Because all I've really done is put in a couple echoes and I got the exit code and I changed this to a .sh. Everything else was already in here. Well, except for this stuff, but I'm assuming it's at least set up, right? Pre-build sample, same deal. Exit code 0. But like if this didn't have an exit code, surely the script would just say failed to receive exit. Like it would say something in the console that's like, hey, I ran the hook and it didn't do anything. Sure, Trafic is running. Sure, app can pass health check. Start container. Okay. Post deploy. I mean, I might have to go through, look through like the gem file to figure out how to do this. Yeah, again, okay. We will stare directly into the belly of the beast. Control-Shift-F for the word hooks. Let's see if we can find it. Or I guess hook, right? Okay, CLI commander, def hook. Okay. Configuration.rb. Hooks path. Raw config.hooks path, or it's equal to this. Okay. Run hook pre-connect. Acquire lock. Okay, wait, so there's... It seems to just be running these. What's different between that and this one? Okay, maybe I just create like, let's just create a local file. Let's do this. cd into .kamal hooks. Post deploy .sh. The hook is running. Okay, so this is clearly running, right? But maybe we change this one to .sh. And we do /pre-connect. Warming DNS, whatever, and then we get this undefined whatever, because it's trying to run the Ruby stuff, right? We can switch this to RB, and we can try to run this. .rb, same deal. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to switch this to sh, because it's looking for a file with the name pre-connect. It's not looking for anything else. Then we'll just grab this. We'll paste this into the pre-connect and get rid of everything else. We'll change this to just say the pre-connect hook is running. Pre-connect hook is running. We'll paste this a couple times by doing this. Hold on. Okay. .sh. Pre-connect hook is running. Kamal deploy. CD ... CD ... Okay, so this should work even before anything else, right? But it refuses. I'm gonna stop this. Kamal lock release. Oops. Like that. Okay. Not that. I want to do this. B. Run hook pre-connect. Return yield if Kamal.holding lock. Which it shouldn't be, right? It then runs the pre-connect hook. It ensures the run directory. It acquires the lock. Has an acquire lock. Run hook. Okay. If not option skip hooks and Kamal.hook.hook exists hook. Okay, so this would say running the hook if this actually worked, is what I'm being led to believe right here. Whether or not that is true is a different story. Okay, so options, skip hooks, if not options. So maybe let's come over here. Deploy -- no - skip - hooks. It acquires the lock, and then we're back to square one. That's not it. Release the lock. Come back up here. -- skip - hooks. Same deal. I'm not seeing the print messages, so we'll stop there. Okay, lock release. Come up here. We'll run this. I think it was -h. Kamal -- no - skip - hooks. Deploy. Nope. Usage is Kamal deploy with options. So Skip image build and push. Verbose. Quiet. Config file. Destination. Don't run hooks. This is don't run hooks, default false. I still don't understand what's false here. Dash, well, this doesn't have a dash dash no skip hooks, right? Dash H. Kamal deploy dash H. Okay, wait, but hold on. Kamal lock release, right? We can do a Kamal app logs, right? Which would run our pre-commit thing, right? Or pre-connect, but it's not. Because this is connecting. So why running the hook? I don't understand why this isn't working. Build.rb. Verify local dependencies. Build and push app image. Pull, create, remove details. Run hook post deploy or pre-deploy. Okay, so in deploy, logs into the registry. If the options are skip push, say pull an image, invoke Kamal CLI build pull. Then we run this. So before Trafic is running, which we've definitely seen in the terminal, it should be running something. If I scroll up here, we've definitely seen ensure Trafic is running somewhere. Probably up after a couple of these. Releasing the lock, pruning old images, detect stale containers, ensure app can pass health check, ensure Trafic is running. So again, right here is where we should have also seen this. We definitely haven't. It's definitely not running these. Run pre-deploy. You know what? Is it because the end here shouldn't even be .sh? Does this just not need to be like pre-connect? Okay. Well, I mean, that should run before we do that, right? Oh my God, that's so... Oh, it's my fault, I think. I don't know. So if you create a hook for Kamal, it needs to just be pre-connect. It's looking for pre-connect, not pre-connect.sh. It needs to just be pre-connect. Okay. That's a little bit frustrating. It makes sense, I guess. I don't like that they're set up like this. I didn't realize that's on me. That's my bad, I think. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to uncomment this. Save this. We're going to run a all app logs. That doesn't fire it. Kamal. Let's just see what commands we have available to us. Okay, so none of these are going to run it. So I guess our best option is Kamal redeploy, which runs that hook. So we can test this by just doing that each time. Okay. Dean deployed blah, blah, blah in blah, blah, blah seconds, right? Close this. This also probably doesn't work right in here. So let me come back. Okay. What's happening? Please. Okay. We need this to be the default Kamal pre-connect hook. Okay, so we can do that by coming over here. Kamal, or sorry, Dean out, github.com/Dean out/ Linktree Tailwind demo. We can come into app, or sorry, we have to come into Kamal hooks, pre-connect, and we can copy these. Because we're not going to have access to the same environment variables in pre-connect here that we have over here, right? We've recorded at performer version hosts, role destination runtime. Okay, so maybe this does work. Since me to it is gone, can I talk? I mean, you were able to talk before. If Jared starts getting uppity, he just he gets put in the timeout corner. Here we go. Pre-warm this. Okay. Alrighty. So we can get rid of this and just move it down to 1. And then we're going to try to copy this over. But we want to use the second one, right? And we'll run exit code 1. Kamal, redeploy. Okay, so this is asking for the password. So that's something, because that means it's doing the connection, right? So what if I do this? And then try to do this. Let's see. Okay, so it's still asking for it. What's the flag? Password. Okay. Don't need that. Don't need that. Copy. Okay. Don't need to do that. Okay. Use SCP. Okay, that took way too long. So can we just do this? From here to here? Do we have to do all of the other stuff? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Kamal redeploy after I save. Okay, so this is still trying to do that. Okay. Using SCP without a password. Why is this? Oh, okay, and there's the medium banner. Okay. Copy files. How do I do it? Yeah. SSH keygen. Copy the public key to a remote server that I want to send files to. Okay, rename it to authorized keys. Change the permission to that. Check if it works. What is your favorite MC mod? Create. The create mod. Actually, that's a lie. It's probably... I feel like my favorite thing to have is like the applied energistics computer, but I hate setting up applied energistics. I like the computer without the setup. So more like refined storage, but without blowing up the server like what happened to us that one time. For those of you that don't know, like one of the trade-offs is refined storage tends to corrupt the chunks it's in, depending on how you set it up. I don't know if that's still the case, but that was the case when I tried to figure out how to do it. Okay. SSH key pair. So do I, because this is another step that I would then have to probably automate, I guess. Which just brings us back to step 1, right? Like we have a way to run something at least. So I guess I shouldn't complain. This is way more progress than I thought I was going to make after I realized the Kamal limitations. But this lets us get around pretty much every limitation that would potentially stop us. I would like it if I could just use like my regular SSH keys as opposed to having to set this up, because like, I'm pretty sure I have to set that up when I set up the server, right? So I would assume whoever's setting this up has an SSH key. I shouldn't assume that though. So I have to figure out a different way to do that. So let's go down to the README. Things to consider. What if the user doesn't know how to make an SSH key? So like this is where we're moving into the Rails app should also handle all of this stuff, which is basically where you need like a server behind the server to set this up for someone. But whatever, we'll let that sit for now. Okay, copy file to server, to Linux server, which this is fine, but I don't want to have to set up that. If you want to copy the entire directory of the server, you can use the -r flag. Okay. Following example. Okay. SCP without password using -I. I don't know. There's got to be something. This feels... So many of these websites feel AI generated. I don't know. I look at the context or the content on the blog, like the text itself, and it reads like someone who just wasn't consciously there while they were writing it. Prompts for the password for the destination appliance. Resolution to fix this. Generate SSH key pairs. Okay. Is there a way to run a hook on the server? Maybe that's what I need to figure out. Because we got the hooks running, but these are all running on the local machine, right? We would need them to run on the remote machine. So you need like a post connect. Maybe this is the only way to do it. I would prefer it if I couldn't. Okay, is there... Yeah, you can't even automate the SSH key pair stuff, right? Oh, okay. Kamal hooks. Host. Command we're running. Subcommand destination. Roll. Pre-build, pre-deploy, post-deploy. Run after a deploy, redeploy, or roll back. This hook is also passed a runtime. Set the total seconds the deploy took. Used to broadcast a deployment message or register a new version with an APM. Yeah, so that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for specifically for run this somewhere. I assumed if I could just use like the default ID RSA that most people would have, that would cause it to work. Let me look at SCP documentation. Let's see. Secure copy. Okay. Identity file. Selects the file from which the identity private key for the public key authentication is. Okay. -O can be used to pass options. So what's this doing? Kamal performer, Kamal host, listener SH. This doesn't work, right? So if we try to run this, Kamal redeploy, it pops us over to here. Okay, wait, what if we do, like, it's got to be finding the thing, right? Can I SCP from here? SCP-I ID, or sorry. //.ssh/ID_RSA. And I want to move the script, right? I want to move this. Scripts listener SH. Scripts listener SH to, let's just do this, root at, and then the IP address for the server, which we have in the deploy file. Root at here. Okay. root at here, /listener.sh. Okay, so that works, but it doesn't work here. So let's try this then. Echo. We want to echo the, we could do like an echo for cat. Oops. Something like this, right? Let me make sure this works at least. Wait, oh, this is in post deploy anyway, so this wouldn't work here. We have to come over to pre-connect. Pre-connect, comment this out, do this. Which could also explain why that wasn't working. Let me try this. Okay, before I do this, let's try it this way. Let's do it this way. Comment this out, paste this exact command in. Oh. This is in pre-connect, so this should be running, right? Hold on. The pre-connect hook is running. It ran. It didn't prompt me for it. SSH into our server. I need to CD into the root. Okay. There's the listener script, but just in case this is the one that I popped over, I'm going to remove this, disconnect, run the command again, stop the server, because it found the lock file, so that's fine too. SSH back in, CD to the root. We have the file on the server, so we can put whatever we want to on the server. Now we just need a way to make the file run, which puts us back at square one, basically. So we need to like execute the listener. So if I do ./listener.sh, that's not going to work. chmod +x listener. Okay, so this now runs, right? So we need to run the script, or sorry, need to chmod +x the script. And then we need to, can we do this from in here? Can you just SSH in without, can you just do this? Chmod, and then run the script, I guess. Does this work? There's no way this works. Okay, let's just try it. Let's just see what happens. Stop this. Exit out. Okay, we want to do this. Okay. We could probably like daemonize it, right? But it's connected. It's doing something. Alt plus. And we want to curl the IP :8080, I think. Hold on. What is this running under? Scripts. Listener. 8080. Didn't we run this in here before? I guess not. Okay, so let's pop out of here. Curl. Oops. Curl the IP port 8080. Okay, after that, connection refused. So let me SSH in. ./listener. Oh wait, CD /./listener. Like this, and then let's run this. Okay, so that fires something off in the terminal. Right, and then if this isn't running, we get this. So if it doesn't fire off any errors, then we're good. Let's come over to the pre-connect. Let's do this. I don't know, something like this. And then let's see what this does. Control D. We need to Kamal redeploy. We also need to make sure that, yeah, both of these have the leading slashes, right? This needs to be like this. Not be allocated because stdin is not a terminal. Okay. Server source by Kintabo. If you have questions, whatever. If I curl this, this still refuses to connect. So it's like it's connecting, but this isn't going to be obviously like a solution, right? So maybe we would have to connect to this somehow and then fire up the script. But we're closer, I guess. What would we do? Like, I don't know, bash connect to server and run script. Use SSH to run a local shell script on a remote machine. SSH is configured on both machines. Machine A is a Windows box. You can use Plink. If machine is, you can use this. Oh, we just pipe it in. Okay, so let's try that. Let's say we need to comment this out. And then instead of doing this, we SSH-I with our key root here. We might not even need this, but we'll leave it. Let's do this. Control L, copy, paste. Control question mark. Instead of doing this, we then want to bash -s like that. Stop the server. Over here, redeploy. Okay. Cannot open chmod, no such file. Okay, so it's trying to do this, right? Okay. Can we do it like this? Because we already have it set, right? So let's do this. Cannot open listener.sh, no such file. Okay. If machine A is Unix based, you can use this. SSH root bash. Maybe we don't put it at the root. Maybe that's the problem. Is it not? It's not here? Oh, it is. Okay. So cp/listener to listener right here. Let's just do dot. Okay. So that's now here. Can we then do this? Cannot open listener.sh, no such file. I mean, everyone look away. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't. Okay, so instead of doing this then, what if we try to at 2? Can we like, let's just print current directory on connect, something like that, and then okay, so that goes to /root, so that might be part of the problem. But we can then chmod +x/listener.sh. Okay, and then I want to come in here and I want to, that's fine. Chmod 600 listener. I just want to see what I can get away with here. Redeploy. Okay. Right. Okay, and then what I want to do is try to run it, right? So SSH root at whatever ./listener.sh, which is this one, right? Sorry, pwd. Yeah, in root. We want to try this. chmod +x, this one, and then try to run it. Okay, so that is clearly running. It's stuck. It's not going to proceed. But if I disconnect, curl this. Okay. So if we run this in the background somehow, this would then work. We would then have this server up and running. So we can now run something on the server that would allow us to communicate with it, which we don't necessarily even have to do, right? We just need to put a service on the server. So we would create the service locally. So here's what I'm thinking for the template. We can get rid of all this, get rid of all this, right? You can even get rid of this. Not important. None of this stuff is. Pretty much just need this. I'll stop this. We'll do another deploy. Pre-connect hook is running. Okay, so instead of doing this, we would have, instead of the script, right, this listener.sh, wherever this is, instead of this, we would have a service file. This service file would then, I don't know, periodically check if it needs to restart the Minecraft server. Maybe we create like a flag file or something. So it comes in here. It says, all right, I need to restart this. I see the flag file. So like I read the flag file. I don't know, delete the flag file. Restart the Minecraft server, right? And then over in our controller, what we do in our API v1 dashboards controller, after we do all this, where we extract the zip file, we then go create the flag file. So this creates the flag file. Our service then that gets deployed listens for the flag file or reads for the flag file. If it sees it, it knows to restart the server. And all we really have to do in our pre-connect hook or whatever hook, right? All we really have to do is just move the service onto the server and then start it. And then it'll run forever and always. And then it'll do the checking maybe once a minute or something. I think that's how we do it. The fact that we can run this is just kind of like a way to see if we can run something. Because obviously it's not good to have this here. Because let's say this was like a way to stop and start the server. You as some dude on the internet could just sit there and do this over and over again and constantly restart the Minecraft server, which you obviously don't want. Like that's not good design. But if we can just push up our own little service, then we can like manage the server as needed without any of these other things happening. Is how I'm planning, how I envision this happening. Okay, so to do script needs to be a service. Deploy the script, need to deploy the script to Linux to the server in the pre-connect hook or wherever, right? Like that doesn't really matter. We can even put it in like in one of the other ones, but right now the pre-connect is our playground. In the pre-connect hook. And then it'll run, right? Then when the zip file is extracted by the Rails service or Rails app, create the flag file. And then we'll have then the service will pick up the flag file and restart. We'll delete the flag file and restart the Minecraft server. Or I guess the game server, right? In this case, it's Minecraft, but whatever. Minecraft server. Okay, so that gets rid of our file. We can then come in here and we can do this. Now, there's smarter ways to do this. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just check the flag file's creation date, check if it exists or something, so we don't run into a race condition if someone's sitting there mashing a button. Make sure it only runs once or something. But for right now, this is like kind of a rough outline, right? Like the 4-step process. 1, 2, 3. And then from like the user's perspective, all they would really be doing is just coming here and like uploading a new zip file. They come here, they upload a new one. They say, cool new mods with friends. I don't know, something. This is still a little bit sketchy and broken, but that's okay. We choose the new zip file, whatever that may be. Grab this one. You click update. And then from their perspective, at this point, they are done. From the server's perspective, this gets uploaded. Maybe it gets unzipped, or maybe it gets unzipped after they click a button that says deploy this mod pack or make this happen. And then once that happens, it comes into the controller. The controller does all this stuff, extracts the zip file, puts them into the mods directory, which we already have working. And then after that, it just comes in here and says, all right, I need to go into like file open data test.txt and write into test.txt. And then our service is constantly running in the background. Maybe once a minute it checks. It goes, is there a test.txt in data? No, 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 yes. Okay, so now I need to restart the Minecraft server. And then it could just do like a Docker restart or whatever command. And then I think at that point, you're pretty much done. To some degree. Like I'm sure there's some edge cases I'm not thinking about, but I think this is probably a good approach to continue on. What a pain though. Getting this, not knowing that this needs to just be called pre-connect and not like pre-connect.sh or something. Like that was such a stupid mistake. Of course, anyone could have made it, but if you got me driving, right? So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to bang my head against the wall for 2 hours before we figure that out. But we can do this now. We already have like the IP in there, so that really doesn't matter. There's really nothing in here that's important, but I'm going to get rid of this stuff, I think. Like this. Oh, wait. We'll do this. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's fine. Pre-connect. That's fine. Redeploy. And then this. I mean, maybe I make a video on this too, on how to do these hooks, because I'm sure someone else is going to run into this too. All right, get status. I'm going to add the data directory, actually. I'm going to come in here to data. I'm going to delete the mods folder. And then I'm going to come into the git ignore. I'm going to add the mods folder. So we're going to say data slash, or wait, it's dot slash, right? It's dot slash whatever. Yes, I think so. So maybe we have to do slash data slash mods. That way we don't have this in here, but we keep the data folder, I think. So let me try this, git status. See if there's anything in here. We'll create a new folder, call it mods. Git status. I can never remember how to do this. It seems fine. Modified, come into mods. This is ignored. Come in here, do test.txt. Okay, so I want to put this in data, not in mods. There we go. Okay. Okay, so mods is ignored. The data folder isn't, which is good. That's what I want. Get rid of this as well. Okay. Git status. Git ignore updated. The Kamal stuff updated. That makes sense. Docker file. README. Manifest we had to change for action text. Had to change that for action text. Had to change that for action text. It just works TM. Dashboard controller we updated. Application layout we changed for action text. We changed the form because we wanted it to look good. The mod itself we changed because we wanted it to be cards. Same thing for index and show. Routes was all of the routes we had to create for testing, and then deploy is all the changes we made in there for like the Minecraft stuff. Then we have the 2 script changes, which are now renamed because they, let me actually come in here real quick. Let's get rid of this one. Right. Because that, actually we're going to leave this as .sample because this one doesn't really need to run. Okay. And then we have the listener and setup. Let me just come in here and look at these 2 scripts real quick. So we have listener, which is just doing this, nothing important there. And then setup, we have, we can actually delete setup. We're not using this for anything. And then we have update, which we already had. So git status one last time. And then we need the test.txt out of here. Get this out of here. Okay. Git status. Scripts listener, pre-connect, and then the rest of the stuff. Okay. Git checkout -b. Kamal hooks. Git add dot, git commit dash m. Git hooks working. Make the commit message as confusing as possible. We can do a git push. That'll give us the error. We can then copy this. Right click paste. Okay, so that's pushed up. We can go over to GitHub, dnout / what did I even call this? Minecraft Kamal hosting. Okay. We can compare and pull request. Merge it into main. Okay, and then for anyone who actually wants to look at this, there's your repo. Again, I try not to hide any of the code, so you don't have to worry about me like keeping this a secret or making it a pain. You should be able to just go there and take a look. Okay. Get rid of all this stuff too. I would definitely recommend updating the README though, because this was hilariously difficult to get working for no reason at all. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think that's probably where I'm going to stop for the day. It's already like 11 my time. Also, apparently my green screen fell down a bit, so you can like see the background. You can see that there's a whiteboard back there with a bunch of stuff, but that's okay. Yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out. Sorry that it was a bit underwhelming today. Not a lot of Minecrafting happening, but you know, that's the nature of the beast, right? You're coding through it. The void. Yeah. The void is descending. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. I'm still seeing, I might not be streaming on Friday. I might move Friday to a different day this week just because it's my mom's birthday. So, but I'll let you guys know tomorrow or something. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you, gamers. Hopefully you got something out of this other than me just complaining about stuff not working because I'm incompetent. No, it's my mom's birthday, not my birthday. But I'll accept your happy birthday anyways. And I know what you meant, but I'm going to take it anyways.